Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye Basketball is on the air. Hawkeye Basketball is brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. West Bend, the silver lining. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. And by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it.
And from Iowa City, it's the Big Ten ACC Challenge, where the Iowa Hawkeyes will be hosting the Yellow Jackets from Georgia Tech. Good evening, everybody. I'm Bobby Hansen, joined by Gary Dolphin in just a minute. We're courtside here at Carver Hawkeye Arena. The Hawkeyes are back home after playing a pair of games in the Emerald Coast Classic down in Destin, Florida over the Thanksgiving weekend, beating Clemson in the Friday night semis, 74-71, then dropped the championship game to TCU Saturday, 79-66. Patrick McCaffrey and Chris Murray named to the all-tournament team. McCaffrey matched his career high with 21 points on Friday night against Clemson. Chris Murray recorded back-to-back double-doubles. And I know you weren't here, Gary. You were doing the Iowa-Nebraska football game, but it was a good showing by the Hawkeyes. I thought they really played through some physicality in the Clemson game, and then TCU just a step ahead for whatever reason all game in that championship game. But he had great contribution off the bench. I think the story for me was DeSante Bowen and Aaron Eulis came in and provided energy off the bench.
Yeah, Bobby, well said. Thanks for handling the opening for me. I've been up the tunnel trying to get Georgia Tech coach Josh Patzner to join us, and he just got off the bus, and he's going to join us right now for a couple minutes. So we'll rework some of our pregame show here. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing well, guys. How you doing?
Good. Gary Dolphin and Bobby Hansen.
Gary, you played for Coach Olson, right?
Played for Coach Olson. We left here together in 1983, and he headed south down to Tucson, Arizona.
And you know, obviously, Jim Rosborough, who I still talk to today. So let me just say this, because, you know, we're here at Iowa, and I want to give before we talk about the game.
Loot.
I want to, Garrett, were you here a little bit of right?
I was covering Iowa at the time. New coach shows. In fact, that was going to be my first question tonight.
Let me just go on a little bit of a talk a little about Coach Olson for all the Iowa fans out there. There's not a better human being than Coach Olson, as you guys know. Not only did he help build this program to what it is, and obviously other coaches have been very successful, including Coach McCaffrey, but what he's done in Tucson, Arizona, he literally took something from the bare minimum, and he not only built a basketball program, he built a school and a city. The city of Tucson and the school is because of what he did of Lute Olson and what he's done in the community and the type of person that he is. It's incredible, and God rest his soul. He's just one of the I almost want to tear up every time I talk about him because he's just one of the greatest ever. And my time at Arizona, 13 years, I was part of the team that won the national championship. It was some of my 13th greatest years of my life. And let me just say this, because I was also an assistant alongside Coach Olson. It was incredible traveling around the country with him. And everywhere we go, people would yell, Lute. You would think they're booing him, but they're yelling Lute. But he was like a movie star. And when we went into homes, we would walk into a home, and the mom of the kid would be married to the father for 30, and would sit there and be goo goo gaga and want to leave her husband to marry Lute Olson on the spot. Everywhere we went, every female loved Lute Olson. I mean, because he was such a good-looking guy. He had the white hair. He came in. He was 6'5". He looked like he was a movie star, an A-list movie star. Just I could go on and on.
Norwegian from North Dakota, Josh.
Yeah.
He put the hole in the ground that built Carver
absolutely.
Hawkeye Arena. He was the driving force behind this. The field house was a great character, but those are great memories by you. We appreciate you bringing up Lute. Of course, he's still revered here.
Yep.
You can imagine the press of fans, the crush of fans, and females in the state of Iowa when Lute got it going here, and Bobby was part of that Final Four team.
Yeah, absolutely. And Coach Rosborough and Coach Olson used to talk about Bobby. So I know Bobby, and Coach Olson would always say, and Rosborough still says to this day, Jim Rosborough, who went with Coach Olson for a long time at Arizona, still says to this day, and Coach Olson would say this to me, and he would tell me this because we're just traveling, the greatest guard that he's ever, and look, Coach Olson's coached some of the great ones now. I mean, you look at the people, like his players have over $1 billion, not $1 million, $1 billion in contracts. And there was a stretch there in Arizona over 19 years. Arizona was the winningest program in the entire country. Not Duke, not North Carolina, not Kentucky.
The Wildcats.
Arizona. That was Lute Olson. I say, and without a recruiting base in your backyard, I say all that to say Coach Olson would say the greatest guard he ever coached was Ronnie Lester. And he said Magic Johnson used to tell Coach Olson if he didn't get injured, he'd been in the NBA and been a Hall of Famer. And if Ronnie didn't get injured, you guys would have won the national championship.
Yeah, lost to Louisville. I mean, Ronnie went down in the first half of that game.
Yeah.
He was.
Am I right how good Ronnie was?
Unbelievable.
And
on one leg.
Yeah.
Lute tells a funny story when he was recruiting him in Chicago and went, and I think Joby Hall came in from Kentucky and came in late and said, "How's it going, Coach? And how's Ronnie doing?" He's like, "I can't shoot." Joby Hall got up and left.
Right.
He bird dogged him.
Well, the thing is Coach Olson would talk about, and actually Jim Rosborough used to say this too, that when they played Indiana, Bobby Knight, because the first time Iowa and when Coach Olson got here, Indiana beat him by like 50, and he said after that game, like it became such a battle and a competitive fight because Coach Olson wasn't backing down from Bobby Knight, and in fact one of the games those two got into it. And the referees had to hold him back because Coach Olson said, "Hey, when he first got here, you can get your licks in now, but it's not." And then you guys end up beating Indiana multiple times, and that's how Coach Olson was. Like he's not standing down to anybody.
That's why he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's why he's a Hall of Famer.
I know you got to run. We appreciate your time, but tell us about your team and the Hawkeyes of tonight.
Yeah, a couple things. One, I like our team. We started off the year really good. We were 3-0 and playing really well. We went down to Fort Myers and we stunk. And I mean we couldn't hit the ocean standing on the pier. We played poor basketball. We played a lot of my shot, not our shot. We run Princeton offense. That's what we run. We run Princeton. We change defenses. We're not a big team. We've got some good athletes, but we survive on compete. And we're unique and different in how we played. Down in Fort Myers, we played very poorly. We played on Saturday. I had to kind of regroup the guys, refocus, recenter, get ourselves back to who we were. We were much better on Saturday. So I'm hoping tonight we'll have a better showing to make sure we're back on the track that what we were on. I don't know what happened in Fort. It was sort of like Iowa playing TCU. It just, you're just kind of like, who is this team? It's just a bad night, and we had 2 of them. And so I'm hoping we get back on track. We had a good win on Saturday. I think Iowa's really, really good. Obviously, Coach McCaffrey's one of the best coaches in the business. What he's done here for so long, their team is as fast as any team in America. All we've talked about is about get back in transition defense. We play a lot of different defenses, zones, mans, we mix it up. That being said, we can't get our defense set up if we're not back in transition defense. What makes Iowa unique is they don't outlet. Like when we play Carolina, they're fast, but they get it to the point guard. Iowa anyone can lead the break anytime, so there's not a guy you can just say, like Perkins, you just can't say, hey, just take him out and it'll slow the break down. They got multiple guys that can lead the break.
Coach, you've been very, very generous with your time. We're glad you came down here to be on with Bobby and I. All the best at Georgia Tech in the ACC this year.
Well, I appreciate it, guys, and I know about the history of Iowa, and it's a real honor to be here. And I know Coach Olson's from above is looking down, and I hope that he's pulling for me a little bit on this one. I know how he feels about Iowa.
He loves you. I've talked to him several times.
But I would remind. I'll say a little prayer, Coach. Don't forget that I worked for you. You know what I mean? I played for you, worked for you. So but so did Bobby. But Bobby's not on staff. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Not now.
Not now.
He's just an old broadcaster
okay.
like me. Thanks, Josh.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
How about that, Coach Patzner? He had Memphis in the NCAA tournament 5 out of 7 years. He's been successful everywhere he's been, but just to walk down here and put a headset on, I mean, that's what you love about these guys.
That's the personality that Josh Pazner has, and I wasn't joking. I've talked to Lute about him when Iowa was years ago. We're looking at coaches, and he thinks the world of him. The young man, I was reading his bio earlier. You can hear the energy that he has. Obviously, coming through the headset there. 43 years old. He graduated college in 2.5 years, and then got his graduate degree in education, all in 4 years, all while being a part of that team.
From Texas. He doesn't have that Texas drawl anymore, living in Tucson, but he obviously he can coach, and he's going to build it the right way at Georgia Tech. Appreciate Coach Patzner. So we're jumping around a little bit here in our pregame coverage brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Find your agent at emcins.com. Coach Patzner, whom you heard a moment ago of Georgia Tech, is sponsored by Grizzly Coolers. Shop now for Iowa Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware at local retailers and online at grizzlycoolers.com. Grizzly Coolers, bear tough for hunting, fishing, and camping, and built to last for a lifetime of tailgating. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels, Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guest spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Iowa basketball is sponsored by U.S. Cellular, bringing locally grown connections all season long. With any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone for free. Coming up next, we'll take a trip down memory lane with the Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. We'll break down Georgia Tech personnel-wise and hear from Fran McCaffrey. All ahead on the EMC Insurance pregame show. It's the Big Ten ACC Challenge tonight from Iowa City. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Okay, close your eyes and imagine.
Well, unless you're driving.
Yes, imagine you bought a scratch ticket from the Iowa Lottery.
Or someone gave you one.
Yes, right. And you scratch, and you've won.
Won big.
Yes, in fact, there are 13 holiday games with big cash prizes. And if you don't win, play it again. You can still win up to $100,000 in the VIP club.
But you have to enter and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Gary Dauphin here. My Game Day apparel features the premium Authentic brand label. Authentic brand products are preferred by national corporate brands and should be your gear of choice too. Insist on the Authentic brand label from your supplier for your next merch project. Or visit authentic-brand.com and find an authorized distributor near you.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Hawkeyes and Georgia Tech tonight in the opening round, or I guess the only round of the 24th annual and last Big Ten ACC Challenge with all the changes in college basketball. We'll talk about that as the evening wears on, but for now, let's dip back into history where Georgia Tech and Iowa are concerned. This is the third meeting tonight between Georgia Tech and the Hawkeyes. So each team has won once. The Hawkeyes prevailed over Tech in the challenge back in 2002, winning by 18. The Yellow Jackets edged the Hawkeyes 79-78 in the 2003 NIT. That Iowa victory in the early 2000s is the subject of tonight's Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf. Iowa won 85-67 over Georgia Tech. They really had it going at both ends of the floor. First off, the Hawks shot 62% in the second half, ended up shooting 47% for the game and winning 85-67, pulling away. Luke Recker had a big night with 21 points, including 4 threes. He made all 5 free throws, 17 for Reggie Evans, and 15 rebounds. That is a double-double we can fall in love with. And 14 points by point guard Dean Oliver. You think about that, Bobby. Ryan Hogan was coming off the bench. Luke Recker and Dean Oliver in the guard court, Jared Reiner, Reggie Evans, and Duez Henderson along the baseline. That's a pretty good starting 5.
That's a really good starting lineup. And coming off the bench, we got our favorite great team player, Jason Smith, coming in. Rod Thompson, Joe Firmino, Brody Boyd.
Brody Boyd was just getting his feet wet then.
You got it.
Yeah, Iowa wins at 85-67 in, that would have been about the 4th or 5th Big Ten ACC Challenge. The Hawks beat Georgia Tech by 18. That's tonight's Hawkeye historical winning moment. Brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, including Ruthie's, and more. Just minutes south of Iowa City. Happy holidays from the Keel family and Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you tonight by State Farm. With surprisingly great rates, State Farm is the real deal. You can get personalized service from your local agent, or use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. We're heading for a tip-off just a little bit after 8 o'clock tonight. The early games in the Big Ten ACC Challenge. We will catch you up on those scores, not only from tonight, but a couple finals last night. This is a 3-night affair, and then the women take center stage on Thursday. The Hawkeye women will play North Carolina State, one of the best programs in the country, coming off that tough loss in Portland to Connecticut. The Hawkeyes did on Sunday. So Lisa Bluter is taking on all comers with her Hawkeyes. We'll take a peek at the U.S. Bank scoreboard next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
criminal charge, or complicated family law situation, Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Don't sit on your lazy assets. Lap up more money with the Lazy Asset Program from Community Choice. Open an Ultra Money Market account and earn up to 2.32% APY, or take advantage of special CD rates up to 3.39% APY. Watch your money take a victory lap. Enroll in the Lazy Asset Program today, only from Community Choice. Go to unbankwithus.com to get started. These could reduce earnings. 90% yield subject to change. After October 11, 2023. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Welcome back to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Big Ten ACC Challenge coming up here in just a little bit. Iowa hosting Georgia Tech. The Hawks have won 4 of these challenge games in succession, Bobby. Most of them have been close, but got to find a way to win, and Iowa has.
Yeah, they certainly have, and you got to take some pride in this because you're playing for the conference. You know, this is the final year here. I think the ACC has got the edge on us. 12 wins over the course of it to 9 for the Big Ten, but they've always been competitive. I have always enjoyed our trips into ACC country, Gary. You know, we went to Syracuse last year. You remember the trip into North Carolina when we sat in the office with Roy Williams, and we talked for a long time before we even got to interview him. So you kind of get to see other parts of the country when you go around. I think we've gone to Virginia Tech, Virginia with a big win last year. I remember that, a last-second shot. I think Joe Toussaint was the one that made the game winner.
Made the game winner, and then Patrick McCaffrey got the swat away.
He got the big
buzzer at the other end.
Right. I forgot about
75-74. I'll never forget that game. What a finish.
Yeah, that's just a beautiful area of the country out there in Charlottesville, Virginia. But, yeah, it's got a great history, and they'll replace it with something even better.
Well, in 2020, the Hawks put a 13-point beatdown of North Carolina.
Here.
68-54 win at the Carrier Dome in Syracuse at 2019. And a 1-point win over Pitt in 2018 right here. Bobby, in all 4 of those victories, Iowa's defense made critical plays at clutch moments. We just talked about Patrick's block shot at the buzzer against Virginia. But you think about winning at North Carolina, at Virginia, and at Syracuse.
Yeah, big-time wins.
That is. Let's take a look at the rest of the U.S. Bank scoreboard. before we take a break. At U.S. Bank, we know when you invest in a community, the community invests in you. We're committed to providing high-quality, innovative products and services that meet the needs and demands of our customers. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. 2 games last night kicked off this year's Big Ten ACC Challenge, and the Big Ten finds itself in an 0-2 hole. Minnesota went to Virginia Tech and got beat by 10, 67-57. Pitt throttled Northwestern 87-58. Pitt shot the lights out. Northwestern was favored in that game, and Chris Collins has got the Wildcats off to a 5-2 start, but took a step backwards last night. Now tonight, game's underway. Maryland is mauling Louisville at Louisville 54-35. 15 minutes to go in that game. Penn State trails at Clemson 42-37. Clemson and Iowa had a humdinger the other night. The Hawks won in that one by 3 down at the Emerald Coast Classic. And Illinois leads Syracuse 30-23. They just gone to halftime down at the State Farm Center in Champaign-Urbana. Also today, if you haven't heard about it, Jack Campbell, Iowa's great All-American middle linebacker, was named the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. As well he should be. 118 tackles, but he is so much more than a hitter. The Nagurski-Woodson Defensive Player of the Year award goes to Jack Campbell. The Butkus-Fitzgerald Linebacker of the Year, Jack Campbell. And he's one of the finalists for the Butkus Award, the national award, next week. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Hawk fans, the Hawks are officially bowl eligible. Now, where are they going to play? Why don't you sign up to automatically receive official bowl travel information at HawkeyeSports.com/Bowl Central. When the game is announced, you'll immediately receive information on game tickets, air travel, and hotel, and much, much more. That's HawkeyeSports.com/Bowl Central. Sponsored by Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, Iowa's official bowl tour. We'll know late Sunday afternoon, early Sunday evening after the playoff. The 4 big dogs are announced for the college football playoffs. Well, you've heard from Georgia Tech coach Josh Pastner. He walked in here live at the top of our show. That means Fran McCaffrey is on deck. Fran McCaffrey up next here on our Hawkeye pregame coverage, courtesy of EMC Insurance. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Game on, the Hawkeyes and Georgia Tech in the Big Ten ACC Challenge from Iowa City. Hawks are 5-1, 4 starters average in double figures, led by Chris Murray's 21 a game. Patrick McCaffrey is at 16. Tony Perkins 13, and Philip Rabracha at 10 points, 9 rebounds a game. Georgia Tech is 4-2, having beaten North Alabama 80-61 a few days ago. The Jackets have lost to Marquette and Utah. They're led by Dallin Coleman, Miles Kelly, and Devin Smith, all averaging 11 points. Tech, Bobby, hangs its hat on defense, led by shot-blocking senior Javon Franklin, the South Alabama transfer. He's almost at 3 blocks a game. That's off the charts.
Yeah, wait till you see that guy get up. He gets up quick. He's got 16 block shots in 6 games. He'll be in the starting lineup, we assume, here in tonight's game. But they'll play small ball, Gary. All their guys are interchangeable, 6'4" to 6'7". They got a couple of 6'11" guys that may come in and play a little bit. They don't rely on the three-point shot a lot. It's just Princeton offense. You heard Josh talk about it. Just back-cutting you. You got to be aware. They changed defenses, try to get you to turn the basketball over. Iowa uncharacteristically had 15 turnovers against TCU. They're not going to have that here tonight. So, yeah, those are things to watch. You should be able to rebound. These guys are not tall, but Sherman Dillard has a scout. He was telling me they're running rebounders. You better put a body on them out here about the three-point line, because they'll run in there and snag those offensive boards, get some easy putbacks.
Oh, you got a chance to see history tonight. Tip time is 8:05. Here on the Hawkeye Network. If you're in the neighborhood, come on over. You walk right in and buy a ticket, because this is the 24th and final Big Ten ACC Challenge. You know, for a variety of reasons, with conference realignments taking hold next year, the pending moves of USC and UCLA to the Big Ten, on and on. The 2 leagues will be under different television contracts next year, so they've decided not to play these games after this season. In fact, the ACC will start a series of annual games with the Southeastern Conference. So therefore, the Hawks' swan song game under this format is against Georgia Tech. Josh Pastner is in his 7th season. He led the Yellow Jackets to the ACC Championship in 2021 after guiding Memphis to the NCAA tournament 5 out of 7 years when he was in the home of the Blues. And as you heard, Josh, he knows a lot about winning, lettering 4 years at Arizona under the great Lute Olson, and was a member of Lute's 1997 national champion Wildcats. It's always fun to play guys from teams from a different Power 5 conference, and it doesn't hurt your resume either.
Oh, no, definitely not. So I think this game's been circled on the Hawkeye schedule calendar since it came out. You know, it's a good matchup with Georgia Tech. It's a respected program out of Atlanta, Georgia, and to bring them here into Carver Hawkeye Arena and see what you can do here. A little bounce-back game for the Hawkeyes after coming home from Niceville, Florida. Just wasn't enough against TCU, but I thought the Hawks played really well against Clemson. In that game, you got the bench. Aaron Eulis, DeSante Bow, and Connor McCaffrey really came in, provided a nice lift.
Bobby will be back shortly with his club car wash keys to the game. How do the Hawks bounce back tonight from that tough loss to TCU on Saturday? November is Men's Health Awareness Month. Urinary and sexual health have a huge impact on the quality of life. UI Healthcare offers confidential, compassionate care for men just like you. Schedule an appointment with a men's health specialist today. It's as easy as visiting uihc.org. uihc.org/urology. Fran McCaffrey is next on the EMC Insurance Pregame Show. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
Work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC Insurance Companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at DePaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Welcome back to the EMC Insurance Pregame Show. Coach McCaffrey is alongside. He's brought to you by your John Deere dealers, including Sinclair Tractor in Durant. Fran, let's start with the takeaways from this past weekend's two games, one victory, one defeat at a really good tournament down in Florida. What'd you derive? What'd you like?
Well, I thought both games were really physical, Dolph. So that was good to experience that. And I think that's why most teams play in those early season events, those multiple team events, they're called MTEs, so that you're playing quality Power 5 teams in November. Of course, we do the Big East Challenge as well, but Clemson was really physical. I thought TCU was physical in a different way. They were maybe a little bit quicker, but we didn't shoot it well against TCU. 3 for 17 from 3. That's not like us. Made a really good comeback after falling behind. I thought we were doing some really good things. I was really pleased in the TCU game with DeSante Bowen as a freshman. He was terrific. He was actually terrific in both games. But we didn't rebound the way we need to. We didn't shoot it the way we should. And we kind of started quick shooting the ball when we got behind, which is what you can't do. But I thought our composure in the Clemson victory was really good.
You mentioned DeSante Bowen. I thought Aaron Eulis really had some productive minutes both nights too, Coach.
Yeah, he was terrific. But he's been really good all year long. I think, not to diminish what he's doing, but I think we sort of expected it from Aaron. I mean, you could see it coming last year. Were it not for his late season injury, you saw it at Ohio State. He was really good against Michigan State at home, both victories. And this kid is just really coming into his own, playing like a veteran. But I've been really pleased with his ball pressure and his defense. And he's scoring the ball now comfortably now that he's feeling good.
And we don't want to lose sight of the fact that Chris and Patrick were all tournament. You expect good performances out of those guys. But I tell you what, Philip Rebracha just continues to impress me every time I watch him.
And he had his hands full this weekend, Dolph. I mean, Clemson has 3 6'10" guys, and TCU had 2. All 5 of those guys were like 250, 260. He's in there banging, rebounding. He's doing exactly what we need him to do, and he's going to have another tough test tonight.
Yeah, it certainly prepares you for the Big Ten ACC Challenge. This Georgia Tech team is a good defensive team. They're very physical. This Javon Franklin, he's a shot-blocking machine. He leads that D, doesn't he?
He does, and he wasn't starting at the beginning of the year. He's a transfer, but I think it was only a matter of time, and he was so good in a couple previous games. They moved him into the starting lineup. He's a difference maker with his athleticism and his overall athletic power at both ends of the floor. So this is not a big team, but this is a team that has a lot of interchangeable parts, and they're terrific athletically.
Coach, they have 3 guys averaging 11 points. Who do you pay the most attention to?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, those 3 guys, Coleman and Kelly, probably take the most shots, but they have 6 or 7 guys who can all go for a big number. It's not a team that you really, target 2 guys and say, okay, we're going to mark these 2 and shut them down, because they have other weapons.
Coach, this is the 24th and final Big Ten ACC Challenge. Kind of bittersweet, but with the changing landscape of college athletics in general, especially where television is concerned, it's a new era.
Yeah, it was something that I think was great for both conferences. It was great for TV, but everything's changing. Conferences are expanding. TV, not only in terms of how contracts are negotiated, but how people watch TV. It's all changing. We're not going to have any trouble getting tough games. We'll replace that game with another tough game. I don't know what the Big East Challenge is going to end up looking like if that continues. But, we'll still be in quality MTEs. I'm sure we'll still play Iowa State. And it will have maybe a little more flexibility to play, one-off games like we did a couple of years ago in the United Center. We're up at the Pentagon in Sioux Falls. We're in any number of locations.
Coach, good luck tonight. As always, thanks for your time.
Appreciate it, Dolph.
Coach Fran McCaffrey is sponsored by your Iowa John Deere dealers. Sinclair Tractor, your premier John Deere dealer, serving southeast Iowa, western Illinois, and northeast Missouri. Stop by and experience how we strive to earn your business every day. Visit SinclairTractor.com. Up next, Bobby Hansen has the Club Car Wash keys to the game. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you, got ripped off, didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of a better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Big Ten ACC Challenge tonight from Iowa City at MediaCom Court, Carver Hawkeye Arena. The captains are meeting at center floor as we count it down to the Hawkeyes and the Ramblin' Wreck. I guess they call them the Yellow Jackets now, not the Ramblin' Wreck anymore. Georgia Tech in town for the latest and final chapter of Big Ten ACC Challenge. That brings us to Bobby Hansen's Club Car Wash, keys to the game with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com. Find a location nearest you. You couldn't get more polar opposite in styles of play. You've got the Hawkeyes who love to fly up and down the floor, under control, of course, and the Princeton offense administered by Josh Pastner at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, they'll run on opportunity, Gary, but for the most part, they want to get you in the half court and run their stuff, run these back cuts, move it from side to side, and then they will attack you. These guards will get you going, go one-on-one and try to attack. They don't live by the three-point shot. It just doesn't have those shooters for whatever reason this year, but they're going to attack you. But my number one key, Club Car Wash key to victory here tonight is going to be a quick start to the game. You want to flush the TCU game. You got a quick turnaround here coming out of Florida. So Chris Murray didn't have a great scoring 2 games down there, so you got to get Chris involved early in the offense. He had back-to-back double-doubles down there, but just 10 points and 11 points in those 2 games. So we need Chris up around 20 points a game. So he's a really, really good free throw shooter. Finally missed one down there, broke his streak. I think it was at 18 in a row. So try to get him going, get him to the free throw line early in this game. The second key will be defensively, the 3 guards for Georgia Tech. All average around 11 points, 11-point scores. Look for them to attack. They're not great 3-point shooters, but they can score. They're scoring guards out there. All the starters, all between 6'4" and 6'7", so got a lot of interchangeable parts. Should be able to out-rebound this team. If you don't put a body on them, though, they'll get running rebounds and get easy putbacks. So defensively, guard those 3 guards, those 11-point scores for the Yellow Jackets. And the third key for me tonight, Gary, is going to be the three-pointers, the three-point line. The Hawkeyes are a better three-point shooting team than what we saw in those 2 games down in Florida. Just 4 of 36 in those 2 games. That's 11% on the season. Iowa shoots it right now about 35%. I look at them as about a 40% shooting team. So I really liked Aaron Eulis and DeSante Bowen in those last 2 games. They changed the game, the flow of the game when they came in. So get those guys going in there along with Connor McCaffrey. Those 3 will be the first off the bench. But got to get the Hawks making some shots here tonight. Get your shooters shooting the ball. Peyton Sanford was out here early. Look for him to try to have a breakout game.
Yeah, 6 games into the season, the Hawkeyes looking to continue to massage the offense after it lost Keegan Murray and Jordan Bohannon a year ago. You add those 2 numbers up, scoring punches anyway, and between 35 and 40 points a game. Josh Pastner is looking to replace the scoring punch of Michael DeVoe and Jordan Usher. They combined to average more than 32 a game in the Yellow Jackets' 12-win, 20-loss season last year. Those are Bobby Hansen's keys to the game, courtesy of the official car wash of the Hawks, Club Car Wash with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. We're 15 minutes away from tip-off, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. The Mid-American Energy starting lineups and the Shields colors of the game are next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
Are you trying to make your bread go further? We have the recipe. Move your car loan to Community Choice and make no payments for up to 3 months. That's right, up to 3 months of no car payments. Go to unbankyourbread.com today and get started in just 60 seconds. Did we mention there's no cost to move your loan? Up to 3 months of no car payments and no cost to move. That's making your bread go further. Community Choice. Unusual? No, it's unbanking. Visit unbankyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Put your personal touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
The Hawks and Georgia Tech tonight in the Big Ten ACC Challenge. Georgia Tech comes in 4-2. Iowa is 5-1. Tech is averaging 71 points a game, giving up 64 a contest. The Hawkeyes, once again, one of the nation's top scoring teams. They're number 1 in the Big Ten. They're in the mid to upper 80s right now. And Iowa's allowing 68 points a game. Let's meet the combatants tonight, courtesy of Mid-American Energy. Mid-American, no matter what type or size business you own, Mid-American can help save you energy and add to your bottom line. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. For the ACC representative, Georgia Tech, head coach Josh Pastner in his 7th season. Played for Lute Olson at Arizona. If you heard Coach a little bit ago, he couldn't be more praiseworthy of Coach Olson and what he did, the job he did in Tucson over 24 years. They'll start 3 guards and a couple forwards. Dylan Debo Coleman will go at a guard, the shooting guard, 6'6" sophomore from Memphis, Tennessee, averages 11 points, 3 rebounds this early season. The point guard is Davon Smith, 6'1" freshman out of Loganville, Georgia, 11 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. So he can fly. He can get off the floor. Miles Kelly averages close to 12 points a game. Another one of those Hargrave Military Academy preps, 6'6", sophomore from Stone Mountain, Georgia. At a forward, Jalen Moore. He's their shot-blocking defender inside. 6'7", 210, a sophomore from Birmingham, Alabama. 7 points and 6 rebounds a game for Moore. Their leading rebounder is Javon Franklin, 6'7", senior from Little Rock, and the transfer from South Alabama. He's averaging close to 3 blocks a game, plus 9 points and 7 rebounds. Those are the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets as they'll go against the Hawkeyes here to start the game tonight. For Iowa, Philip Rabracha, 6'9", 230-pound, fifth-year senior from the University of North Dakota and Sambor, Serbia. Philip's been averaging almost a double-double, 10 points, 8 rebounds, shooting 54% from the field. 70% from the foul line. He has got his game spot on right now through 6 games. Tony Perkins will be at the point guard, 6'4" junior from Indianapolis. Tony's off to a great start despite some injuries. 13 points, couple rebounds, 4 assists a game. Peyton Sanford at a forward. 6'7" sophomore from Hawkeyes at 9 points, 4 rebounds, 86% from the foul line. Peyton is just 26% from distance. He's much better, we know that, and he will warm up as the season wears on. Patrick McCaffrey at a forward, 6'9" redshirt junior from Iowa City West. Patrick, all-tournament team down in Florida over the weekend, 14 points, 4 rebounds a game, 82% at the foul line. And Chris Murray, the 6'8" junior from Cedar Rapids Prairie, leads Iowa in scoring at 19 a game, plus 9 rebounds, a 94% foul shooter. The Hawkeyes will put their 87 points a game up against this Georgia Tech defense this evening. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. Of course, Fran McCaffrey, we should tell you, is the head coach of the Iowa Hawkeyes. You've known that for the better part of 12 years, but he is within 2 wins of 500 for his career. 498 he got down in Niceville at the Emerald Coast Classic. Let's hope he gets 499 tonight and then could get number 500 against Duke.
Yeah, that's crazy. Congratulations. That's a lot of basketball that Coach McCaffrey has been involved with, and we know it'll come, just don't know when.
Both these teams, Iowa and Georgia Tech, are 9-12 historically speaking, for the Big Ten ACC Challenge. So this is the last one. So somebody's going to get to double digits in victories, and we can only hope it's the Hawkeyes. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. Time for our Shields colors of the game. Of course, the Hawks at home will be wearing their home white with the black and gold trim. Georgia Tech is wearing the charcoal gray shorts, uniforms actually, with the old gold trim. Make sure you check out Shields for all your holiday Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Iowa City, Cedar Falls, and Sioux City. Shields. Well, the opening tip of Iowa-Georgia Tech is next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When you
buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Hyatt Regency, caring for people so they can be their best. And by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. It's game time.
Steal off the 1-2-2 and a dunk by Chris Murray.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Ready to go here at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification before we get into the meat and potatoes of the Big Ten ACC Challenge, the Hawkeyes and Georgia Tech. 10-second ID break on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye basketball. And wherever you're listening in tonight, thank you so much. Hanlantown, Hansel, Holmes, Hubbard, Huxley, and Hopeville. Hawks have a lot of hope coming into this basketball season. Playing well. Got knocked sideways by a physical TCU team the other night, but here they are 5-1. And this next week, Bobby's going to tell us a lot about the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, it certainly will, Gary. After this one, you got a little bit of a break. A week from now, you'll be in Madison Square Garden, face off with Duke. Then you come back with Iowa State, and then the Big Ten starts up, Wisconsin. So some big-time games coming up.
Right now, let's honor America and enjoy our national anthem from a really solid crowd that has showed up for this late-night affair, at least in terms of basketball time. Let's listen in.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job by Bridget Owen with the national anthem tonight, as the Hawkeyes and Georgia Tech will be officially introduced by the public address announcer. And while they do that, let us give you updated scores from around the country elsewhere in the Big Ten ACC Challenge. Maryland has a 28-point lead on Louisville with a minute and a half left to go in the game. What's going on in Louisville?
New coach. Got to get his system in there, get his culture reestablished. They're off to a really tough start. But the good news there, Gary, is that's the game on TV ahead of us, so we won't have a slide. We won't be pushing this game back any. That should be over quickly.
Clemson, with a minute and a half to go at home, is leading Penn State 66-62. Penn State's going to have another gritty team this year.
Yeah, certainly will. Micah Shrewsbury, the coach over there, and hangs his hat on defense.
Illinois up 8 on Syracuse midway through the second half down in Champaign at the State Farm Center. It's Illinois 41, the Qs 33. Right here is Georgia Tech and Iowa about to start. Wisconsin is hosting Wake Forest. They'll tip off in Madison about the time we tip off here. And Michigan is at home to the Virginia Cavaliers. Boy, that'll be a good one, huh?
That will be a good one. I think that's
Tony
the late
Bennett.
one on there tonight.
Yeah. That'll start a half an hour after ours. Last night, Virginia Tech beat Minnesota by 10 and Pitt by 30 over the Northwestern Wildcats. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update, courtesy of U.S. Bank. If you missed it earlier today, Jack Campbell, Hawkeye middle linebacker Jack Campbell, was named not only was he named the linebacker of the year in the Big Ten, but the Big Ten's Defensive Player of the Year. Congratulations to Soup, Big Jack Campbell, also Seth Benson, Cooper DeJean, Riley Moss, and Lucas Van Ness, all first and second team picks. Campbell and DeJean on the first team, Riley Moss, the All-American corner, Seth Benson and Lucas Van Ness on the second team. Not to be outdone, Torrey Taylor, first team punter, and Drew Stevens, second team kicker. Congratulations to Iowa special teams. Vitally important this year in that Hawks 7-win season. Hawkeye senior tight end Sam Laporta today named one of 3 finalists for the John Mackey Award. The award goes to the nation's most outstanding tight end annually. Of course, Dallas Clark won that a few years ago. T.J. Hawkinson, Alan Reisner, Noah Fant, Tony Moeaki, they were all semifinalists for that award as well. Laporta sadly could not play last Friday against Nebraska because of a knee injury. Hopefully the Hawks will have Sam back for the bowl game. And we should know late Sunday afternoon, early Sunday evening, where the Hawks will be bowling. We've heard everything from the Pinstripe Bowl to Nashville. Those seem to be the 2 logical choices. However, the Duke's Mayo Bowl is still in play. Bobby, you got a lineup change?
Yeah, I'm just noticing that Aaron Eulis will replace Peyton Sanford, maybe take a little of the pressure that Peyton's putting on himself, get him out of that starting lineup and make a little change. Aaron has certainly been playing very well. Peyton just hasn't been shooting the ball. He's been doing other things, but he'll certainly play a lot here in tonight's game.
Well, we've watched this young guy, Peyton Sanford, have a phenomenal high school career, particularly scoring, career points. You know, he's throwing them in at 28% from beyond the arc. We know he's much better than that and will be.
He'll work at it. Yeah, it's no fun to get taken out of that starting lineup, but you're going to be a valuable part of this team, especially this game and moving forward. So we'll have to see how he responds.
Hawkeye Basketball is brought to you by Wellmark. Attention, Hawk fans who buy your own health insurance. Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Let's give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops and compare plans. The officials tonight. I saw Brian Dorsey working in Portland this weekend at the Phil Knight Classic. Brian Dorsey is the referee, longtime Big Ten official. He's flanked by umpires Chris Beaver and Brooks Wells. So this is a veteran Big Ten crew.
Yeah, it certainly is. You had one guy scratched out of there, so we got the Beavers came in from wherever he was at. But as you mentioned, Gary, this is a veteran Big Ten crew, and this is a big game here, a nationally televised game, and you're going to get a good whistle.
Great exposure around the country, and we thank you for tuning in on the Hawkeye Radio Network. So for Iowa, again, as Bobby mentioned, Aaron Eulis in the starting lineup with Tony Perkins, Philip Rebracha, Patrick McCaffrey, and Chris Murray trying to follow up their all-tournament team performances at the Emerald Coast Classic. For Georgia Tech, 3 guards, 2 forwards. Dylan Debo Coleman, a guard, as is Davon Smith and Jalen Moore. Miles Kelly and Javon Franklin are the big guys inside at 6'6", 6'7". Not a lot of height, but boy, they play big.
They play big. They can get off the ground really quick, Gary, and they're interchangeable on the defensive end. They'll be switching their defenses. They'll be switching you in man-to-man. They'll drop back a little 1-3-1. They'll go a 1-1-3. They'll play some full-court pressure. So you got to be aware. You got to know who's on the floor at all times and who the shooters are and who the drivers are.
If you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com. MidAmericanEnergy.com for details, plus energy-saving tips. And a reminder, when corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowансWin, and you could win even more from Iowa Corn. Hope everybody had many of those 4,000 products on your Thanksgiving dinner table derived from corn and Iowa Corn. Of course, next week it's the big Cy-Hawk series with Iowa State. But much to accomplish between now and then, starting with the Yellow Jackets of Georgia Tech tonight. Well, the Maryland-Louisville game has gone final, so maybe we can get our game started now. Everything's built for TV, right? Built around TV.
Sounds like when that horn blows that second time, we're ready to tip it off.
Maryland beat Louisville 79-54. Dorsey will throw it up. Jumping center is Chris Murray for the Hawkeyes, and he gets up higher than Javon Franklin. And Iowa has a first look, the first look in the offensive end. Tech is man-to-man. You heard Patzner say they'll switch defenses all night. Here's Rebraca with a catch right of the lane. Left-handed dribble, whirls into the paint, has a shot block, and a jump ball is called. And it'll be Georgia Tech basketball. Javon Franklin.
He's a shot blocker.
Showing how strong he is. There's his first block of the night. He's averaging 3 a game.
He was just sizing up Phillip. I thought Phillip was going to go over the top of him, but got quick hands, got it down low.
Debo Coleman across the timeline, leaves it for Davon Smith. Georgia Tech with its first crack at the basket. A lot of bobbing and weaving, figure eight. Princeton offense. They're looking for that backdoor cut first and foremost. Coleman on a crossover dribble. Patrick McCaffrey stays with him. 5 to shoot. Dribble fake. Miles Kelly drives around his man, Chris Murray. Lays it up and in. Left of the lane with the right hand. 2-0.
Shot clock winding it down. Took Chris off the dribble and scored the left hand from the left side of the lane there with the right hand layup.
Tony Perkins, center of the floor, drives a two-handed pass left wing for Chris Murray. Back to Tony. Here's Patrick McCaffrey. His pass deflected, but right to Chris Murray. Now Patrick McCaffrey will shoot a 3. It rattles in and out, no good. Weak side rebound for Rebraca. His first of the night. Right back up and good. Off the glass goes Phillip Rebraca. He's gotten so much better at that right to left move with the right hand, the hook.
Yeah, guy came on an offensive rebound. Good work by Phillip inside. Wasted no time. Went up over the top of the shot blocker, Franklin.
Jerked toward the lane, then rolled back to the baseline. 2-2 game. Here's Franklin for Georgia Tech. Step back 3 is no good off the right of the iron. Offered up by Dylan Debo Coleman. Offensive rebound for the Yellow Jackets. Another 3, no good. That clangs off the back of the iron. Miles Kelly way off. And the Hawks have the board, looking for the lead. Perkins to Ulis. He had 15 Saturday night in that title game against TCU. Great fine backdoor, and Rebraca's fouled as he was going up to slam dunk it through. And preventing the dunk was Jalen Moore, but he picks up his first foul.
Yeah, good execution that time by the Hawkeyes on the offensive end. 2 players run to the basketball, and Phillip Rebraca did the right thing. Just called for the ball, planted himself in the middle of the lane, received it, went up, fouled. 2 free throws for Phillip.
Rebraca at 70%. He can give Iowa the lead. Hawkeyes have been getting to the foul line a lot. Free throw deadens off the front of the rim and falls away. Iowa has shot 140 free throws. Opponents, 62.
I saw that earlier today.
They've made 108. But missed 2 here. Rebraca misses both, but on the rebound, Chris Murray is fouled. There's that Hawkeye size making its presence felt. Chris ends up on the seat of his pants, but he's okay. Murray posted his 3rd double-double of the season and 2nd in as many games, 11 points, 10 boards in that title game. Here's a wing jumper, no good by McCaffrey. Patrick's been ice cold here the last couple games. Rebounded, though, kicks long to Murray. Perkins, near corner Ulis, baseline McCaffrey. They whip it around the other way. Aaron, shot fake, drives high post right. Great pass inside to McCaffrey, layup good. Wonderful find by Aaron Ulis.
Yeah, real good assist by Aaron. Shot clock winding down too, Gary. He could have pulled from three-point land, but saw Patrick wide open under the basket, and Patrick, a nice finish.
4-2 Iowa. We played 2 minutes, and a backdoor cut layup good by Davon Smith. A nice no-look feed from Franklin. That's what they do. That's what the Princeton offense. They get your head on a swivel, and before you know it, they're backdooring you. Tie game at 4. Rebraca has the ball knocked away. stolen away by Georgia Tech. Turnover, Iowa. Here come the Yellow Jackets. Kelly into the front court. They will run on occasion, but slow it down now and back it out. Davon Smith, kid out of Loganville, Georgia, to Franklin. Right wing Smith. Left-handed dribble gets beyond Patrick Murray. McCaffrey drives into the paint. Now throws a pass out front, and not expecting the ball was Miles Kelly, and he walked with it.
Yeah, good defense that time by the Hawkeyes. Covering up in the man-to-man, communicating, talking. Two guys come to the ball, stop it, they kick it back out. And on the kick out, Georgia Tech player shuffled his feet. Turnover.
Well, Smith got buried in the paint, nowhere to go, and he threw it back out to an unsuspecting Kelly, who turned it over. 16:40 to play first half. And Chris Murray was open.
Yeah, Georgia Tech a 1-3-1.
Tony couldn't get it through that 1-3-1 zone. Here's Patrick McCaffrey. Jump passes into the corner. Perkins will lob up a three. No good. Bit short. Murray with another rebound. Has it hacked away from behind, but gets it under control. Now to Ulis. Pop-up jumper, top of the circle. No good. Put back. No good. Rebraca gets it again. Up he goes. Foul, and count the basket. Philip Rebraca working overtime in the lane.
Well, I guess so. 4 points now for Phillip, and that is rebound number 4, possibly 5 for Phillip. 3 of them on the offensive glass.
Takes another bat in the schnoz. He's been getting beat up in the lane, but at 6'7", 6'8", 230, he can handle the contact.
Second foul on Jalen Moore.
Ooh, that's big. 16-19 to go in the game's first half. Rebraca, who missed his first 2 free throws, makes that one. The and one goes down, and the Hawks lead at 7-4 over the Jackets, who work it up against the 1-2-2. And they're nearly caught on a 10-second violation. They get it into the front court. Here's a drive inside, shot blocked away, or at least partially. Knocked away from Franklin. Iowa gets the loose ball. Here's Murray back from Ulis. Tech hustles back, so the Hawks settle in the half court. Played 4 minutes. Iowa 7-4 lead. Here's Perkins. Backdoor cut. Reverse layup is good. Used the rim for protection on the double team.
Nice move, Tony Perkins. Good job moving without the basketball. Chris found him on a baseline cut, and then a simple head fake. Got the Tech defender off his feet. Score the basket.
Murray's got his first assist to go with 3 rebounds. Here's a pass baseline. Shot up and no good. Put back is good. Weak side offensive rebound by Davon Smith. Brings Tech back to within 9-6. Hawkeyes by 3, 15.5 to play. First half. Here's Murray. He has yet to get going offensively. He's going to look for his shot. Splits a double team. Gets into the lane. Back out top. McCaffrey for 3. Way off the mark. And rebounded by Jalen Moore. Georgia Tech with the ball. Down 9-6. Hawkeyes are man-to-man. 5 minutes gone opening half. Here's Ulis. Pestering Smith, who drives around him. Reverse layup, no good. Wild shot out of control. Patrick McCaffrey gets the rebound, leads the break. Here's Ulis all the way to the basket. Scoop layup, no good. Put it up a little hard. Chris Murray with a putback is good. Oh, the Hawks are dominating the glass here, Bobby, in the first 5 minutes.
I guess so. 10-3 now, and that's 7 offensive rebounds for the Hawkeyes. We thought the Hawkeyes could control the boards here against a smaller Georgia Tech team.
11-6. Iowa matches its biggest lead at 5. 14:29 to play first half. We await the under-16 officials' timeout yet. Backing down the defender is Javon Franklin. He turns and scores. Nice move up over Perkins and Murray. And it's 11-8. Georgia Tech hustles back. Iowa with the ball and a 3-point lead. Here's Hawkeye Chris Murray to Ulis, center of the floor. Now back to Chris. His 3. Good. Beautiful form there. Nothing wrong with that shot.
No, good ball movement by the Hawkeyes. They work it on the right side, kick it to the left, reverse it back to Chris Murray. Open from 23 feet, gets his first 3-pointer. He's got 5 in the game.
That's the first long distance downer for the Hawks. 1 out of 6 from 3, but 6 of 13 from the field. Philip Rebraca with the press knocks the dribble away out of bounds. It'll be Georgia Tech ball. 19 on the shot clock when we come back. Oh, what a rousing, enthusiastic first 6 minutes of basketball. Hawkeyes 14, Georgia Tech 8. You don't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on. And that insurance company is EMC. EMC Insurance Companies. Find your agent at emcins.com. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hawkeyes 14, Georgia Tech 8. Welcome back to Big Ten ACC Challenge Basketball, Carver Hawkeye Arena. Brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. 10 of the 14 Iowa points, Bobby Hansen, come from the paint. Spahn and Rose would be so happy to hear that.
Hawks doing a good job because their work on the offensive glass, Gary. The numbers on the board, so the Hawkeyes winning that battle 10-3, but 7 of the 10 have come on the offensive glass. Chris Murray with 4 of them. Philip Rebracha with 3 of them. So they came to play here tonight and do work on the glass. Murray and Rebracha with 5 points each. 4 for Davon Smith to lead Georgia Tech as the Hawkeyes lead it with 13:47 to play first half, 14-8. I like that starting lineup Fran put out there going smaller. We should see Peyton Sanford pretty quick here, but Aaron Eulis did a terrific job running the show at the point. Moving the basketball. He's got 2 assists of the Hawkeye 3 assists. Tony Perkins moves to the off-guard position in there. But what Aaron is doing this year, Gary, is he's playing under control and he's getting everybody involved. He is a natural point guard. Head always up. Head always up. He can handle the ball meticulously with either wing. Iowa sends out, Connor McCaffrey and Peyton Sanford. Peyton's on the floor now, so the Hawks go bigger as Eulis and Patrick McCaffrey get a breather. I guess they don't go that much bigger with Patrick McCaffrey on the bench, but Connor plays bigger. 10 to shoot for Georgia Tech. They're in the front court with the basketball. A couple reserves for them. We'll get to those in a minute. Here's one of them, Terry, with it. 1 to shoot. They throw up a 3. Karam's off the right of the iron, and it's grabbed by Peyton Sanford in the corner. They rushed that shot, not understanding what was left on the shot clock. Here's a corner 3, no good by Chris Murray, and rebounded by Lance Terry, just 6'2", but a senior. A 3 in transition is good by another reserve, Kyle Sturdivant, a senior from Norcross, Georgia. 14-11. Iowa's lead was 8 a moment ago. Now it's 6 or 3. Was a starter last year. Has come off the bench this season. Hawks are looking at a 1-3-1 zone again by Georgia Tech. Connor McCaffrey trying to solve it. 10 to shoot for the Hawks. 12:47 to play for the half. Connor, left wing for Murray. He's open. Long 3. That's short. Run down by Peyton Sanford along the baseline. He's double teamed, gets it out to Connor. Connor, shot fake inside. Murray would have had the dunk, but is fouled on the way up. Great pass by Connor McCaffrey. Sold everybody on the jump shot, and they were standing around watching Connor. Chris Murray snuck weak side back door. Yeah, absolutely. And guys all looking for the ball in there. Chris doing a nice job moving without the ball. If you move, you get open. Connor's going to hit you with the pass. Jordan Mecca commits the personal, 6'8" junior from Cameroon. So Josh Pastner has put almost an entirely new lineup out there. Well, he has. Tristan Maxwell, the junior, is out there as well. Now Moore comes right back, Jalen Moore. Chris Murray makes the first free throw. He's near perfect on the year from the charity stripe. 94% makes them both. Now Chris is starting to pile up the cash. 7 points, handful of rebounds. And the Hawks go to the 1-2-2 leading 16-11.
Into the front court, Sturdivant. Veteran leadership. Now down the left side of the key. Drives Moore. Drop step in the paint. Jump hook good. Over the top of Peyton Sanford. Can't defend him any better than that.
No, did a nice job. That's all you can do. Kid made a nice shot. A jump hook over. He had 2 moves in the paint there before the 3 seconds could be called. Threw in the right-hand jump hook.
12 minutes to play. First half. Tech scratches back to within 3. It's 16-13 and a foul called on Georgia Tech. Connor McCaffrey was raked across the forearms. That's already 5 fouls on Georgia Tech, none on the Hawkeyes. With 11:59 to play in the first half, Tristan Maxwell got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Timeout on the floor. Iowa leads it by 3 and will have the ball when we come back. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
DePaco Credit Union members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Welcome back to Hawkeye basketball, courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Iowa leads Georgia Tech 16-13. Contrasting styles, Bobby, but a pretty close game nonetheless.
Yeah, a lot of zone played by Georgia Tech. They're sitting back in kind of an odd defense, a 1-3-1. You don't see it a lot. I'm sure the Hawkeyes saw it on tape, what they've been doing, but they'll switch their defenses up. But Hawkeyes shooting over the top of that, 6 out of 15. The Hawkeyes are 40%. What they've been able to do out of it is rebound, though, Gary, really pounding Georgia Tech on the glass. 12-4, 8 of those 12 rebounds for the Hawkeyes have come on the offensive end. That's where they've gotten some offense with second chance points, 11-2.
Well, they made 3 of 5 from the foul line, but shooting just 40%. The Hawks 6 of 15. They struggled the other night against TCU, but hopefully will improve here sooner than later with 11:59 to go in the first half. U.S. Cellular is bringing locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone free, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Merry Christmas from the folks at U.S. Cellular, longtime supporter of Hawkeye basketball. Chris Murray with 7 leads Iowa. He, Rebraca, Sanford, Perkins, and Connor McCaffrey on the floor. As we get set to go back to action, Tony Perkins from Sanford. Now to Rebraca. Here's a cut by Murray in the lane. Great drive. Warded off the defender with his right shoulder and laid it in off the glass with his left. Well-designed play by Fran McCaffrey out of the timeout.
Absolutely it was. They knew they were going to come out in that zone defense, and they just designed a play, but got behind the defense, and then the cut down the paint by Chris.
Yeah, Chris just took off from the point. He's wide open as he dropped in. Here's a jump hook in the lane. No good. Chris Murray changed the direction of Mecca's jump hook and got the rebound. Chris comes back, drives into the paint. Turnaround jump hook, no good. Missed it. Missed everything. Just kind of soft shoot it up there, and it fell short of the iron. Had a lot of hands in his face, though, too. Sturdivant back, shooting a 3, bouncing around, no good. Ooh, that ball was touched on the rim, but we play on. Looked like a Texter Georgia Tech player, Jalen Moore, slapped it while it was still on the iron. Now a quick shot by Sanford in transition is no good. Georgia Tech with a rebound. 18-13 Iowa. Just under 11 minutes to play first half. Sturdivant on a crossover dribble. Gets it to the wing and Jalen Moore. Moore high post right. for Jordan Mecca. There's a holding foul inside on Iowa. Just Iowa's first personal foul. Fran is not happy with, even when it's the first foul. They've gone almost 10 minutes without a whistle. But Fran is after Chris Beaver. Tony Perkins commits the personal. And underneath, out of bounds, it'll be Kyle Sturdivant to trigger it in for the Yellow Jackets, who Perkins almost with a steal on the inbounds. Here's Sturdivant in the near corner. Now out top, a long three is no good off the right of the iron, and all over the back of Rebraca is Jalen Moore, but no call. Hawks get the rebound, though. Great wall off by Phillip. Peyton Sanford drives a pass left wing. Perkins three. It's no good. Kicks long to Rebraca, and they're going to get Phillip for shoving off on Javon Franklin. Javon Franklin. He wasn't going to out-jump Rebraca. The only way he got the ball is if he was fouled, because Phillip had him, I thought, out position, went right over the top. Yeah, but they say he shoved off.
Good hard work by Zero there. Phillip Rebraca just pounding the offensive glass. Just his first foul.
Second foul on the Hawkeyes. 5 called on Georgia Tech. Iowa's misfired its last 2 trips down the floor. Still leads by 5, 18-13. Here's Coleman with a bounce to the free throw line for Javon Franklin, and a turnover on the pass to the right wing by Georgia Tech.
Good overplay defense that time by the Hawkeyes. Forces the turnover on GT, and that is turnover number 2 on the Yellow Jackets.
Halfway through the first half, 10:05 to play. Desante Bowen comes into the game after that play stoppage. He's running the point to Murray. Back to the flashy freshman from Boston. Here's Sanford. Uses up his dribble, top of the circle, 10 to shoot. Iowa trying to solve these mixture of Georgia Tech defenses. There's Connor McCaffrey. Great pass inside. Sanford scores off glass. Peyton threw a pass over the top to Connor and then immediately cut to the basket. Curled into the lane, and Connor got it right back to him.
2 things happened there. Really good back cut there, time by Peyton Sanford, but an outstanding find by Connor McCaffrey for the assist.
Hawks up 7, 20-13. Here's Franklin. High post right, reverses dribble, gets in the lane, leans in on Rebraca. Shot block right back to him. He gets it to the corner, and a 3 is no good. Offered up by Lance Terry. Georgia Tech ice cold.
0 for their last 5.
Here come the Hawks up 7 with a chance to get their biggest lead of the night. Connor McCaffrey, a stop and go move, right baseline to Rebraca. Phillips covered up, trying to find Sanford in the lane. Peyton gets out of there. Here's Connor now to Chris Murray. Far corner Bowen. Hook pass in the lane to a cutting Peyton Sanford. Through the lane to Rebraca. Shot up, no good, but he'll get free throws. Couldn't talk it down with 8:55 to play. Outstanding ball movement in the half court by Iowa.
It's been really good all game long. The Hawkeyes have prepared for this basketball game, knowing that you're going to be working against the zone. You got to move the ball side to side.
Rebraca will hit the foul line, shooting 70% on the year. Visit your local Iowa Lottery retailer for some holiday scratch tickets tonight. Then enter your non-winners in the VIP club for a chance to win big cash prizes up to $100,000. Visit IALottery.com for details. Hi to Matt and the crew at the Iowa Lottery. Wishing you Merry Christmas. Georgia Tech has been held without a point for 3.5 minutes now. Rebraca misses both free throws, but 2 Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets fighting over the ball. It comes loose, grabbed by Connor McCaffrey. Shot by Sanford, no good. Chris Murray is knocked down as he grabbed the offensive rebound. And that should put Iowa in the bonus for the rest of the half with 8:47 to go. Great work on the offensive glass by the Hawkeyes. They know they've got the size advantage, and they're being aggressive.
It's been the story of the first 10 minutes of the game here, Gary. 18 total rebounds for Iowa to just 8 for Georgia Tech, but of those 18 rebounds, 10 off the offensive glass for the Hawks.
Devo Coleman gets charged for the personal. Murray misses the first free throw. What's going on, Hawks? Come on. They're getting to the foul line. They're 3 of 8, though. Stay tuned for our halftime coverage, brought to you by Bud Light. Hawk fans, Bud Light is glad to have you back at Carver Hawkeye Arena this year. Bud Light is for the fans. Murray hits the second free throw. He's got 10, first in double figures. Iowa slowly extends the lead to 8, 21-13. Here's a drive and a score. Beautiful move. Shot fake by Lance Terry. He lost his man. Rebraca tried to cover up for the defensive miscue, and Terry went right through Phillip for the score. Tough kid. Connor McCaffrey in the far corner. His three. Good. Leave it to number 30 to get the Hawks going offensively.
Connor wasted no time right there. He had an open look, far left wing, and just pulled the triggers quick before the defense could get out there. Gets his first basket of the game.
Hawks have their biggest lead of the night at 24-15. Here's Smith on a curl cut, pull-up jumper. Good. Nice move by Davon Smith. Excellent ball movement. Freed him up just long enough to get a clean look at the basket. Now McCaffrey, no-look pass baseline to Rebraca. He's looking cross-court for Bowen. Instead goes to Sanford. Here's a three. No good. Payton's 0 for 2 from distance. Connor McCaffrey kicks long. He runs the loose ball down. Fresh possession for the Hawks. Sanford again. Maybe this time. Yes, sir. There it is. Payton Sanford finally gets off the goose egg with his first long-distance tray, and it's 27-17 Iowa.
And another assist. Connor McCaffrey directing traffic out there, found him open in the right wing. The Hawkeyes now have 7 assists on 10 made baskets.
And Payton with 5 points. Hawks by double digits with 7:10 to play in the first half. Here's a throwaway by Georgia Tech. They're running a lot of screens inside and then throwing the ball to the wing. And that time, it was Javon Franklin firing the pass right by the temple of Debo Coleman. Coleman got it inside to him. He wasn't expecting a return feed. And for Georgia Tech, turnover number 3. It's been a cleanly played game. Iowa with the advantage, 27-17. 7:07 to play in the first half. From Iowa City and the Big Ten ACC Challenge, this is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
Hawkeye basketball and Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, an unbeatable combination. 7:07 to go first half in this Big Ten ACC Challenge game, and the Hawks with a 27-17 lead. Now neither team is shooting very well. The Hawks are 10 of 24, not bad, but 4 of 9 from the free throw line. The difference maker, Bobby's been rebounding, and especially on the offensive glass for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, you think? Hawkeyes 11 offensive rebounds of the 19 total that they've got here in the first half. Chris Murray has 5 of those. He's got 9 total rebounds to go along with 10 points. Hawks doing a good job of taking care of the ball. Just 2 turnovers, both by Philip Rebraca, and assisting 7 assists on 10 made baskets.
15 second chance points for Iowa.
Story of the game.
Better than half their 27 are on second efforts. Offensive boards, to Bobby's point, 11 offensive rebounds. Georgia Tech has 11 total boards. Hawkeyes led in scoring by Chris Murray's 10, 5 each for Philip Rebraca and Payton Sanford. 4 rebounds for Philip Rebraca. How about Murray? He's almost got a double-double, 10 and 9. And for Georgia Tech, their leading scorer, Davon Smith, with 6. Both teams shooting 42% from the field. And after the Tech turnover, Iowa has the ball right back. Iowa goes with Desante Bowen, who had a big game against Clemson. Sanford, Patrick McCaffrey, Chris Murray, and Connor McCaffrey. Bowen uses up his dribble, shovels a pass center court for Patrick McCaffrey. They work it into the corner. Shot missed by Chris Murray. And the rebound hauled off by Georgia Tech's Jalen Moore. They're running up-tempo. Jump shot Sturdivant, no good. He's not afraid to shoot the ball. Murray gets the rebound, brings it down himself. Here's Connor McCaffrey. Deep three in transition. Good! Hit the back of the iron and went straight down.
Shooting with confidence, man. He stepped right into that one. A transition three for Connor. Towed up the line and gets his second three of the first half.
He's got 6 points. Iowa's lead is 30-17. The Hawks haven't even heated up yet. Here's Sturdivant. Throws into the lane. Jump shot is short. Off the front of the iron by Davon Smith. Hawks clear it. One and done again for Georgia Tech. Sanford all the way to Patrick McCaffrey. Patrick jump passes back out top of the circle to brother. Connor lets fly with another three. In and out. Rattled down. In. Yep, halfway down. Racing to the other end of the rebound is Kyle Sturdivant, the senior from Norcross, Georgia. Here's a deep three, good from the wing by Coleman. A timeout asked for by Josh Pastner. Well, that was a deep three there, Bobby, by Debo Coleman.
Yeah, his first baskets of the game. He's one of those guys, one of the three guards that average 11 points a game. You got 2 out of Kelly, 6 for Smith, and Dallin Coleman picks up his first 3. He's got 3.
30-second timeout asked for by Georgia Tech. Hey, at the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa 11 of 27. 4 3-point goals in 16 attempts and 4 of 9 from the foul line. And still the Hawkeyes have a 10-point lead. It was 13 a moment ago before that 3 by Debo. He's shooting 38% from distance, so you got to get a hand in his face. Substitution for Georgia Tech back in the game, Lance Terry at guard. And the Hawkeyes work the ball into the front court. Peyton Sanford. 5.5 to go till intermission. There's Desante Bowen with a crossover dribble. Spins into the lane. Layup is good. Oh, he put a couple moves on defenders the other night like that in the Clemson game, and I did a double take. Wow.
Fun to watch. Yeah, he's slippery, no doubt about it. Got good control of the basketball, and when he gets to the rim, he finishes.
32-20. Iowa back up 12. Kelly's going to throw up a jump shot from deep in the left wing. It's good. Nobody within 5 feet of him. So the scouting report says let him shoot, but Miles Kelly set shot one in from 23. They've hit back-to-back threes. Iowa's lead is 9. 32-23. Here's Murray inside. Gets the layup or the shot off glass to go. If he can post in that deep, it's all over.
Good night, Irene. When you get that deep in the paint, and he has that ability, he takes you over here to the right side and then spins back to his natural left-hand shot.
Murray's got a dozen. France says guards get out there and guard the shooters. Get in their face. Here's Davon Smith. Give and go. He drives inside. Shot blocked away. Desante Bowen, who can get off the floor. Patrick McCaffrey's knocked sideways not once but twice. I think he surprised Georgia Tech a little bit that a 6'10 guy could bring the ball down the floor like that. He can do that.
He can do that, no doubt about it. And forced him to his left and took the hit. He'll go to the free throw line for the 1-and-1.
Chris Murray will finally get a breather. 34-23 Iowa, 4:26 to go. Chris Murray sits down with a double-double. Got 11 rebounds to go at 12 points. Well, the Hawks missed another free throw. Front end of the bonus there by PMAC. They're just not dropping tonight. Here's a blocking foul on Peyton Sanford, and he looks like he might have taken a knee to a thigh. He's knocked to the floor, gimpy as he gets up. Bowen comes out after 3 or 4 quality minutes, and Aaron Eulis comes back in. Tony Perkins has been on the bench for a while. So the foul on Sanford, just the 3rd on the Hawkeyes here in the half. 4:19 to play. Tech brings it in. Here's Terry, Lance Terry to Miles Kelly. Looks like he got away with an extra step. He throws wing right to a Smith. Smith dribbling around along the sideline. Now here's a pitch inside, shot up and good. Hawkeye, a little tardy. Patrick McCaffrey getting to the low block on Jalen Moore. He's 6'7", and he gets it in that deep. He's tough to stop. Here's Sanford. Iowa 34, Georgia Tech 25. McCaffrey trapped in the near corner, gets the pass out to Ulis. Around to Sanford. He lobs up a three. It's no good. Off the right of the iron, a foul inside. And a Hawkeye is still down. A foul on Georgia Tech. Is that Rebracha? Yeah, Philip Rebracha
inside there, yeah.
Takes one for the team. He'll be shooting free throws when we come back, but the Hawks need to make them. Iowa 4 of 10 at the charity stripe. Good news is they're getting there. Hawks lead it by 9 with 3:40 to go first half. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly MedFarm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Okay, close your eyes and imagine.
Well, unless you're driving.
Yes, imagine you bought a scratch ticket from the Iowa Lottery.
Or someone gave you one.
Yes, right. And you scratch, and you've won.
Won big.
Yes, in fact, there are 13 holiday games with big cash prizes. And if you don't win, play it again. You can still win up to $100,000 in the VIP club.
But you have to enter and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Yes, thank you.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
Well-marked Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to Carver Hawkeye Arena and Mediacom Court for the Big Ten ACC Challenge. The Hawkeyes with a 34-25 lead on Georgia Tech, despite shooting just 43%, 4 of 10 from the foul line. But, Bobby, they're gobbling up every available rebound.
Look at those numbers, Gary. This is remarkable. And I love the energy on the glass by the Hawkeyes. Out-rebounding Georgia Tech now, 23-11. 12 of the 23 have come on the offensive glass. 4 by Philip Rebracha, 5 by Chris Murray, a couple by Connor McCaffrey. Peyton Sanford's got 1. So that means the guys come ready to play when you see those type of numbers.
18 Spahn and Rose paint scores, 18 points in the lane and 15 second chance points. And let's tip the cap to the Iowa bench, outscoring Tech 13-5. Both teams have played a lot of guys.
They have played a lot of guys. Georgia Tech usually runs with like an 8-man rotation. They've played 11 so far in this game. The Hawkeyes, we haven't seen Josh Dix, but we have seen DeSante Bowen come in there and a nice spin move in there. Aaron Ulis got the start. Connor McCaffrey, 2 threes off the bench, been very productive.
I guess Connor McCaffrey's been a difference maker again. He usually is with his passing and his defense, but he's banged in back-to-back threes. Rebracha's at the foul line. Again, he's 1 for 5 after Debo Coleman's second personal foul. Let's see if Phillip can get the Hawks going off on a free throw streak here. First one takes flight right down through, like he's been there all night, practicing all day. Another solid half for Rebracha. He's got 6 points, 5 rebounds. Murray with 12 and 11 in the first half. 6 points for Connor McCaffrey, 5 for Sanford. Second free throw by Phillip is good. And the Hawks, who have led by as many as 13, lead it by 11, 36-25. 3.5 to play till the intermission. Stay with us for the Bud Light halftime show. We'll have all the scores, final and partial, that we have. Talk about the all Big Ten football team, at least the defense and special teams. Here's Tech with a traveling violation in the lane. Good defense by Rebracha as he forces Jalen Moore into a walk. Moore fumbled the pass. It was a good pass down on the left low block, left of the lane. But he could never get it under control and committed the turnover.
That's one thing that Phillips really improved on this year is playing defense without fouling and getting himself out of the game with foul trouble.
4 turnovers on Georgia Tech. Sanford trapped along the baseline. Gives way for Rebracha. He's at the right of the lane. Gives it right back to Sanford. Layup, no good. Rebound, Rebracha. Shot fake up, no good. He's fouled again. he's going to have more welts and bruises on his body tonight. He'll be taking an ice bath at midnight, but now he's rubbing his nose again. I don't think there's any blood coming out of there, but he's as blue collar as it gets inside, isn't he?
He's going to hand out a few bruises, too, as the game goes on here, as he is pounding Georgia Tech on the offensive glass.
And with 3 minutes to go first half, he has a chance to match Iowa's biggest lead should he make both free throws. He's now made 3 in a row after the first goes in. Chris Murray and Tony Perkins return for Connor McCaffrey and Peyton Sanford. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by the Iowa Swarm. Now's your chance to make a difference, Hawk fans. Join the Swarm and partner with Iowa's men's basketball program to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. Phillips short on the second free throw, so the score holds at 37-25 Iowa. Hawks are man-to-man. Here's a drive inside and a jump pass to the corner. Nobody home for Georgia Tech, but it touched a Hawkeye on the way out. It was misdirected, or it would have been another turnover on Javon Franklin. Chris Murray got a hand on it, misdirected the pass intended for a Georgia Tech player in the corner. Now they throw it into the backcourt, run down by Lance Terry, 12 to shoot. Terry left wing for Smith, Davon Smith. There's a shot fake by Debo Coleman to Smith. Now Coleman lobs up a long three. No good. It's too strong. And the Hawks clear it in the person of Rebraca. 2:27 to play in the half. Iowa by 12. Rebraca ISO on Chris Murray. He's got a shorter guy on him. Turns, drives inside, misses a shot. Putback is good. Just playing catch with himself. Off the glass, went up and got it. And Murray sticks it right back in the net.
2 offensive rebounds on that possession for Chris. He's got 14 points now. And let me look at his rebound numbers. He's got 12 rebounds already.
Here's a steal. Partially blocked shot by Murray. And the Hawks are running the other way, looking for more points. Ulis for 3 in transition, no good. Cleared off the weak side by Davon Smith. Tech's running 2-on-2. Wild shot off the glass, but a putback is good by Davon Smith.
That's a pass to himself.
Yeah. Check the glass. He might have cracked it. It went up there. That first shot so hard. Line drived it up, collared it, and put it right back up and in. 39-27. Iowa's 14-point lead cut to 12. Perkins a bounce to Ulis. Far corner Murray with 1:30 to go in the first half. Now to McCaffrey. High post left for Ulis. Shovel pass for Rebraca. Layup, no good. Flipped it up there and didn't use the glass properly. And here comes Smith. He loses the ball out of bounds. Totally out of control. Good defense by Iowa getting back, particularly Patrick McCaffrey and Rebraca. And a turnover, number 5 on the Yellow Jackets here in the first half. Hawks have just 2 turnovers. They lead the country again in assist to turnover ratio.
And that number tonight, 9 assists, 2 turnovers. 4-1.
That's amazing. 2-1 is outstanding. Hawks spread the floor with 1:08 to play in the half. Ulis double team. Somebody's open. It's Rebraca, right of the lane. Puts the ball on the floor, but doesn't get away with a shove up. He didn't need to do that. Fran McCaffrey thinks it was a flop, but I think, yeah, he didn't need to use his right arm and hand to ward off, and he did it right in front of
It was
Chris
definitely a flop. But, yeah, as you said, didn't need to really extend that arm. Just overpower him.
That's all the officials saw was
extension.
Phillip had a guy 6'2" or 6'3" on him. He was going to go up for the shot. Second foul on Rebraca. So Fran says his piece. Here's a drive inside and a missed jump shot. Putback attempt, no good. Murray clears. And a foul called on Georgia Tech. They'll get Davon Smith reaching in on Chris Murray. Oh, the Hawks have really come back. A rebounding practice the last couple days has been pretty intense, I'm guessing, in practice.
Well, you certainly notice that everybody is attacking the glass. In particular, Chris Murray, the leading rebounder now. He's got 14 rebounds in this half.
Amazing performance. If he's having a cold night shooting, he's getting it done in other areas. Rebounding. Now he's at the foul line. Free throw up and good. 15 points for Chris. Join Coach McCaffrey, Bobby, and I for the first weekly radio show tomorrow night at the Hyatt Regency Hotel and Conference Center at the Iowa River Landing out in Coralville, the Edgewater Grill. That's where we'll be set up in the lobby. First show tomorrow night from 7 until 8:30. Come on out. Certainly tune in. Second free throw missed by Murray after he made one. And the Hawkeyes' icy shooting at the foul line continues. Hawks are 8 for 16. Can't remember the last time I saw an Iowa team 8 for 16 from the free throw line. There's a long jump shot. They're settling for long threes now. Miles Kelly misses. And with 20 seconds to go in the half, Fran McCaffrey has the guys step on the brakes here. Tony Perkins spreads the floor. And he works the dribble in on Kyle Sturdivant to Patrick McCaffrey. Now to Chris Murray with 6 seconds left on the clock. And he has his pocket picked. And it's a race to the other end of the floor. A layup is good at the buzzer. Iowa with only 3 turnovers the entire first half. And Chris Murray, they slapped a double team on him. And the steal away by
Smith.
Davon Smith. Not Devion, but Davon leads to a free run out and a layup. So that puts Iowa's lead at 11 at halftime. 40-29. Our Budweiser halftime show, sponsored by Bud Light, is coming up. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Bud and Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. And by Bud Light, it's for the fans. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
It's halftime of the Big Ten ACC Challenge, sponsored by Bud Light. Iowa leads Georgia Tech 40-29 at the break. Hawk fans, Bud Light proudly welcomes you back to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Bud Light is for the fans. Iowa's next home game a week from Thursday. Iowa State. Come on out and watch the latest chapter of the Cy-Hawk series. Bobby, first half rebounding dominated by the Hawkeyes. They're getting to the foul line. They need to make much more than 8 for 16 because the shooting has been iffy, but they're doing everything right. Good things, no doubt, bound to happen in the second half if they keep attacking like they have been.
Just keep it up. Yeah, no doubt about it. 29-17, the rebound numbers. The Hawkeyes 20 second chance points to just 4. for Georgia Tech. 14 rebounds and 15 points for Chris Murray. Philip Obracha, 8.7 rebounds. These kids, you can see they got renewed energy. They've got renewed focus. They came out here and really took it to Georgia Tech early. And now a chance to catch your breath at halftime and come out here strong in the second half to blow them away.
40-29, Iowa by 11 over Georgia Tech at halftime of the Big Ten ACC Challenge. Thank you, United Healthcare, for teaming up with Hawkeye Athletics this season and celebrating small businesses across the state of Iowa. United Healthcare is a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Back with our Hy-Vee halftime stat recap in just a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. That word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Do you want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hey, welcome back to our halftime coverage of the Big Ten ACC Challenge. Iowa leads Georgia Tech 40-29 at halftime. Let's give you the halftime stat recap courtesy of Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. The big story is rebounding. Iowa has 20 second chance points, 20 of its 40, thanks to 29 rebounds, 14 offensive. They've out-rebounded Georgia Tech by 11. And a good thing, the Hawks have shot just 40% in the first half. 14 of 35, 4 of 18 from 3, and 8 of 16 from the free throw line. Good news is they got there 16 times, but only batted 500. Georgia Tech has not shot a free throw. Did not shoot a free throw in the first half, so I like that trend. Iowa led by Chris Murray's double-double, 15 points, 14 rebounds. Philip Obracha is headed that way, 8.7 boards for the Hawks. 6 for Connor McCaffrey on a pair of threes, 5 points for Peyton Sanford. For Georgia Tech, they're led by Davon Smith, 10 points. He took 10 shots to get there. He does have 5 rebounds, 4 points, 5 boards for Jalen Moore. Our Latham Seeds charity stripe recap has Iowa 8 of 16 from the foul line. Georgia Tech, Zippo. The Yellow Jackets did not shoot a free throw in the first half. That's the charity stripe recap courtesy of Latham High-Tech Seeds. The Hawks have a diverse combination of talent, and at Latham High-Tech Seeds, you'll find the most diverse portfolio in the industry. Diversify for success at LathamSeeds.com. Iowa's bench has outscored Georgia Tech 13-5. Iowa led by as many as 14 in the first half and lead it by 11 at the break, 40-29. 40-29. The Hawks have turned the ball over 4 times. Georgia Tech has 5 turnovers. Points off turnovers about even. Iowa 6, Georgia Tech 4. 2 ties early on, 1 lead change, and the Hawks have it under control at the moment here at the half. 40-29, but 20 minutes to play. That's our Hy-Vee halftime stat recap. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big, bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Halftime, Iowa leads Georgia Tech 40-29 in the Big Ten ACC Challenge here in Iowa City. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye basketball. Thanks to radio stations KCHE in Cherokee, WPRE and WQPC in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin, right across the river from McGregor Marquette. In Muscatine, it's KWPC. In Webster City, KCWC. And in Fairfield, KKFD 95.9 FM. Of course, our flagship stations, WHO in Des Moines and AM 600 WMT in Cedar Rapids. Time now to check the U.S. Bank halftime scoreboard. Here, Iowa leads Georgia Tech by 11. Other finals tonight in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. Maryland 79, Louisville 54. Clemson beat Penn State in double overtime, 101-94. Illinois throttled Syracuse 73-44. At halftime, Wake Forest leads in Madison over Wisconsin 37-34. And 10 minutes remaining in the first half in Ann Arbor, Michigan leads third-ranked Virginia 23-19. Other top 25 scores, Kentucky won by 19 over Bellarmine. Number 1, Houston by 50 over Norfolk State. Marquette leads number 6, Baylor. How about this score? Marquette 72, Baylor 45 with 12 minutes to go in the game. The Iowa women host North Carolina State in the women's Big Ten ACC Challenge here at Carver on Thursday. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, the wait is over. The Iowa men's and women's basketball teams are back on the court, and Shields has everything you need to cheer on your favorite players all season long. Take your game day gear to the next level with Shields Fan Shop. We have an unmatched lineup of gear, including jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more to help you show off your team colors. So gear up, Hawkeyes fans, and celebrate all season with Shields, a proud partner of Iowa basketball and hoops fans everywhere.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you, got ripped off, didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of a better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Before we go to the second half, John Deere and Bodensteiner Implement in Dyersville bring you Bobby Hansen. He's in the tunnel with Hawkeye assistant coach Sherman Dillard, who had the scout on tonight's game. Iowa leads Georgia Tech by 11.
Sherman coming out of Florida, solid first half there by the Hawkeyes. You guys really dominated the glass. What'd you like?
Well, we did a great job on the glass. Point of emphasis going into this game was we had to rebound better. We knew they had running rebounders, but we had to make sure we attacked the glass. Chris Murray was sensational on the glass. 14 rebounds, an unbelievable job. Just got to do more of the same in the second half. Got to continue to do a good job of guarding that offense they run, that Princeton-style offense. I thought we've done a good job in that regard. Got to keep Smith off the glass. He's got 3 offensive boards.
All right, Coach, let's go finish.
All right, thank you.
Sherman Dillard, who spent 6 years on the bench as an assistant to Bobby Cremens back in the Georgia Tech glory days. And we're happy he's with Coach McCaffrey. He's appearing with Bobby Hansen, courtesy of Bodensteiner Implement in Dyersville. Your John Deere dealer, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. Iowa starts the second half. Jump shooting. Patrick McCaffrey misses a 3 from deep in the left wing in front of Dad on the Iowa bench. And Georgia Tech with a rebound. And they walk it up the floor. Davon Smith, who had that breakaway after a steal on Chris Murray for the layup to end the half, throws to the wing. Now here's Miles Kelly, high post left. Leaves it for a trailing Coleman. He drives inside and scores off the glass. Debo Coleman. They fly at that offensive glass, and Coleman with the layup. Hawkeyes standing around there, got caught flat-footed. Lead is back inside 10 at 40-31. Here's Perkins. Tony with a lob inside to Rabracha. He whirls into the paint, jump hook, no good. Threw it up there a little strong. Hawks have missed a lot of shots in close tonight, and they've missed a lot of free throws. I want to let these guys in the side door. Here's Kelly. Lanky kid at 6'7". Here's a backdoor cut. Missed layup, but a foul on Iowa. It's going to be on Aaron Eulis. And Debo.
One of those Princeton back cuts right there. Ran it to perfection. Dribble at you. That's a signal for the offensive player to make that strong back cut.
Think of the old Northwestern offense. Princeton backdoor, constant backdoor cuts. First foul on Eulis. Dallin Debo Coleman, a 76% free thrower, will be at the line for 2 and makes the first. That's the first free throw offered by Georgia Tech tonight. Aaron Eulis and Patrick McCaffrey come out of the game. Fran upset with those two, and Peyton Sanford and Connor McCaffrey return. Early, 1 minute gone second half. Georgia Tech now has scored the first 4 points.
All by Coleman.
And all of a sudden that Iowa lead is 7. Here's a lazy pass along the sideline by Perkins, intended for Sanford. It's directed into the seats by Georgia Tech. Hawks will have it side out. Sanford to Perkins. Tony Drives into the lane. Got away with a shove off. He's being hounded by Davon Smith. Connor McCaffrey with the ball. Pretty clear to see Georgia Tech giving up the threes. They're going inside. Here's Rebraca stripped as he brought the ball down to his kneecaps, taken away by Jalen Moore. And another turnover on the Hawkeyes. 18:26 to go. Georgia Tech playing with some confidence. Franklin with it for Smith. They're just running a three-man weave. Now here's a set shot. Good. From three by Kelly. Miles Kelly with the three ball. And with 18:15 to play in the game, all of a sudden, it's a game. 40-36, Iowa. 13-point lead down to 4. Iowa ball when we come back to Carver. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you, got ripped off, didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of a better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Georgia Tech and Iowa, the Hawkeyes certainly have their attention now after an 11-point lead. 40-29 at halftime has melted to 4 real quick. A 7-0 run by the Yellow Jackets to start the second half in this Big Ten ACC Challenge. Welcome back, courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Georgia Tech, they've been more the aggressor, Bobby.
Came out of the locker room ready to go, outscoring the Hawkeyes here 7-0. 4-point lead now for Iowa at 40-36, but it's just energy. You know, you gotta get yourself going here, get yourself moving. You know these guys aren't going to quit, but Philip Rebraca, he's getting the ball inside there. He's got 4 turnovers. He's bringing the ball down below his waist. That gives those little guys an opportunity to strip it away.
Designed and crafted with exceptional attention to detail. That's Authentic Brand, our choice for Hawkeye game day apparel. Shop their exclusive selection at authentic-brand.com. Authentic-brand.com, where shipping is free. Make Authentic Brand your gear of choice. Iowa basketball is brought to you by Wellmark. Attention, Hawk fans. You buy your own health insurance. Wellmark's on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Let's give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops and compare plans. Iowa sends out Murray, Rebraca, Sanford, Perkins, and Connor McCaffrey. This ball doesn't go inside to Chris Murray on this possession.
They weren't listening.
I don't know anything about the game. Here's Perkins around a screen by Rebraca. Looking inside. Murray flares to the wing. Here's Tony down the left side of the key. Trapped. Now to Chris Murray, who's come out beyond the circle. To the wing. Back to Perkins to Murray. Inside to Rebraca. Went up for the dunk. Missed it. Was misdirected by a defender. Iowa has to shoot with 3 on the shot clock. No good by Peyton Sanford. Up and in by Chris Murray. Well, the end result's the same.
Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth. The Chris like, you're not going to pass me the ball in there. I'll just go gobble it up on the offensive glass. Get a basket.
Philip Rebraca, he's getting to the iron. He's just a little tentative when he lets the ball go, and that has something to do with Georgia Tech's defense. They're athletic and lanky. Here's a runner in the lane. Down it goes. Hit the left of the iron. Deadened and went down through, courtesy of Miles Kelly. Perkins.
He's now in double figures. He's got 10.
Perkins back for the Hawkeyes. To Sanford. Scores 42-38 Iowa. Murray for three from the corner. Yes, a three. Thank you very much.
With a hand in his face, Chris Murray, a deep right corner three. Chris now with 20 points, 16 rebounds.
Every time down, he needs to touch the ball. 3 minutes gone, second half. Iowa extends the lead back to 7. Now they need to get it done at the defensive end. Here's Miles Kelly with it. Beats Peyton Sanford into the lane, and a foul on Peyton. Kelly went up for the jump shot. Sanford slapped down on the ball. A 2-shot foul is called. Brooks Wells is claiming he got him on the elbow. Fran McCaffrey, he says he got all ball. 16:43 to play in the game. Free throws coming for Kelly. Second foul on Peyton. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Iowa Corn. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. What connections do you have to corn? Those connections translate into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin. Kelly misses the first free throw. Second one is good. Kelly now starting to score. He's at beyond his average, Bobby.
Right on it. 11 points now for Miles Kelly.
45-39. Iowa's lead is 6. Perkins to the foul line. And Rabracha out front. Murray. Three good. Chris Murray lights the three-point lamp again. Iowa by 9.
23 points now for Chris. Back-to-back threes.
Now they're finding him.
Yeah.
Inside and out. He's scoring from all over. Here's Smith. Kelly thought about a long three. Instead, drops the pass on the floor, and it bounces to teammate Javon Franklin. Franklin with a dribble drive right to Kelly. His three is good. Timeout. Georgia Tech. Fran McCaffrey turns to the bench and throws his arms up in the air. Is somebody going to guard somebody? Especially Miles Kelly.
He's got a hot hand, Gary. He had 5 points at halftime. He's got 14, so he's got 9 here to start the second half.
Timeout, Georgia Tech. Josh Pastner wants to set his defense. He likes the way his guys are getting it done in the offensive end. Iowa's lead cut from 9 to 6, 48-42. That's the fourth three-point goal for Georgia Tech. Tonight, Iowa has 5. Iowa 48, Georgia Tech 42. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit EMCINS.com to find your local agent.
Chris Murray with all 8 second-half points for the Hawkeyes, who lead Georgia Tech 48-42. This is the Big Ten ACC Challenge, sponsored by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. Murray with almost a jersey-matching number of points. He's got 23 to lead Iowa. The Hawkeyes hold on to the lead, but it's cut in half, Bobby, from 13 now to 6.
Well, not known as a three-point shooting team is Georgia Tech, but they are 5 out of 13. Back-to-back threes by Miles Kelly here. The Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket guard. He's a sophomore, averages 11. He's got 14 points, but from the three-point land, he's 3 out of 5 here tonight, including 2 out of 2 second half.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 is Georgia Tech from distance, and they finally have gotten to the foul line, or 2 for 2, excuse me. And they finally got to the foul line where they made 3 of 4. They didn't shoot a free throw in the first half. Timeout asked for by Georgia Tech. The Hawks send out Connor McCaffrey, Philip Rabracha, Peyton Sanford, Tony Perkins, and Chris Murray. So no changes since the early substitutions in this half. Iowa basketball, Hawks leading 48-42, 16:03 to play in the game. And back to action we go. Tony Perkins clearly not 100%. That lower body injury. Got just 1 basket tonight. Here's Murray, left wing. He's been hot. Chris now has drawn a double team. Good no-look pass to Perkins. He gets inside and scores with the left hand. Beautiful move by Tony Perkins. Iowa by 8.
Real nice move by Tony. His second basket of the evening. Shot clock winding down. A straight line drive. Left wing.
Here's a backdoor cut on Peyton Sanford. He gets beat along the left baseline. Coleman gets an easy layup. And Iowa's lead just like that. Sliced back to 6, 50-44. Rabracha trying to post up on a smaller guy inside. They're trying to get him the ball. Now he's got it. He backs in on Davon Smith. Shot fake, jump shot, good. Count the jump hook. Beautiful shot fake. He had 3 defenders around him, and they all left the floor at the same time on that shot fake.
That's just a veteran move that time by Philip Rabracha. Took his time, got his feet underneath him, let the defenders jump by him, and then completes the end one opportunity.
Patrick McCaffrey's back in the game. Foul is called on Davon Smith, the smallest of the 3. He says, Coach, I had him on the backside. The shot fake got me. And 2 teammates, Rabracha for the and 1. Free throws up and good. Hawks have struggled mightily at the foul line tonight, but there's a good start for the second half. And Iowa again back up 9. 1-2-2 press employed. Coleman jump passes to Smith. Back to Coleman. They just beat the 10-second clock. Into the near corner now for Jalen Moore. Out top for Smith. Here's Kelly. He's had the hot hand with a couple threes. Patrick McCaffrey waving those long arms in his face. Smith with 5 to shoot. Kelly's going to take Connor McCaffrey off the dribble. Throws it up. No good. Well short of the mark. Really good defense in the half court there.
And another rebound for Chris. That's 16 in the game.
He is putting up big numbers. Iowa's jump shot, no good. It took a trip around the iron and missed from Patrick McCaffrey. Rebounded by Georgia Tech. Smith with a high bounce dribble into the front court. Thought about pulling up for 3, but Tony Perkins, right in his kisser, gives way. Now right back to Smith. Perkins blocks the shot out of bounds. 6'4", blocking down on 6'1". A nice handoff by Jalen Moore. The give and go, high post, streaking to the basket was Smith, but he ended up on the floor. The ball out of bounds. 16 to shoot. 14-17 to play for the game. Georgia Tech's ball coming in right of the goal. Kyle Sturdivant into the game. He's the trigger man. Brings it out to the wing. And Lance Terry. Terry and Sturdivant are the upper class guards who come in for 3 or 4 minutes at a crack. Former starters. Sturdivant, nice bullet pass to the baseline. Jump shot up, no good, too hard off the glass. Connor McCaffrey runs it down, then gets run over. That'll be a foul on Kyle Sturdivant. Again, good defense off that wild shot by Javon Franklin. The shot clock did not start, which I really don't. Why would the shot clock start? It was a loose ball, both guys going for it. So they're explaining to Fran McCaffrey what they're going to review. All plays under review this season are sponsored by Athletico. Thanks to Athletico for its support of Hawkeye basketball. Physical therapy is the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, you change everything. And it all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Wimmers. Nothing goes better with Hawkeye sports than Wimmers hot dogs. Wimmers Meats. Hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmers. 53-44 Iowa. 14:01 to play in the game. While I have a moment, Got a chance to listen to you and John Swisher this weekend. Thanks to Swish for filling in for me for a couple games at the play-by-play headset as we were suffering through the Nebraska win over Iowa. The Hawkeyes will get a bowl bid on Sunday. Just don't know where yet, but we'll know late Sunday afternoon, and hopefully everybody can hop on a plane and come with Pody and I to a bowl game while the Hawkeyes basketball season starts to heat up in late December.
Yeah, it certainly does. And back to your point of John Swisher, Jim Davies made the trip with myself and the team down to Niceville, Florida, and did a nice job. Enjoyed hanging out with those guys, and we were together for the Thanksgiving holiday.
And I spent the Thanksgiving holiday with Podolak.
We're both blessed.
We are. How romantic is that? How does that sound? I think the shot clock was about to expire as Connor McCaffrey had that head-on collision with the Georgia Tech guard. And so they were looking to see if maybe it was a shot clock violation instead of otherwise it'd be an alternating arrow for the jump ball. Or excuse me, there was a foul called on Georgia Tech. Now, so does the foul hold here?
Yes.
There still was like a second remaining, so it is a foul on Sturdivant. Hawks reset the shot clock and now have the basketball. Up 9, trying to get it back to double digits. Far corner, Patrick McCaffrey dribbles away from trouble. Backdoor lob to Rebraca over his head and out of bounds, but we've got a holding foul on Georgia Tech. Now, that's why the ball got out of bounds. They were handcuffing Phillip inside.
Hanging on to him had the shorter
Lance Terry.
Yeah, Lance Terry in there. He's about 6 inches shorter than Phillip. Patrick tried to throw it over the top, and Phillip couldn't shake loose.
First on Terry, third team on Georgia Tech this half. Murray for 3 more. No one. Darn it. I thought it looked good all the way from the far corner. Just short. Tech rebounds. They're shooting a 3 in transition. That's an air ball. Connor McCaffrey bear hugs the basketball along the baseline and brings it down the floor himself. Connor, stop and go move, holds up, skip pass, baseline right for Rebraca. Rebraca turns, drives inside, lost the ball, turnover Iowa. Here comes Kyle Sturdivant back for Georgia Tech. A 3 in transition, no good by Kelly. Reach up over Chris Murray, a rebound and a strong rebound at that, and a putback good by Jalen Moore at 6'7". That doesn't happen very often.
No, that's surprising right there. Chris never really left the floor.
53-46 Iowa. Hawks pushing tempo, and they get a step on Georgia Tech in their end and draw a foul. Kyle Sturdivant gets his second personal. Tony Perkins, good aggressive move, took it all the way to the basket and is rewarded with 2 free throws.
Yeah, I hope he's got a lower leg injury. Something's hurting him down there in that thigh area. And he said he's feeling better. He got some physical therapy on the way back here and then yesterday. So
I think it's safe to say he's laboring. And that free throw is flat.
We need a healthy Tony Perkins.
Oh, boy, do we ever. 76% from the foul line. He's way better than that. That injury has really affected him. Second one in and out. Wow, these free throws, Iowa, 9 for 18. Hawks have not scored in almost 2.5 minutes. They lead it by 7, though. 12:50 to play. Sturdivant. Hawks are in a zone. Sturdivant passes right baseline. Here's a drive inside by Terry. He gets it to Franklin. A 3 by Terry on the wing. No good. Ball fumbled around. Patrick McCaffrey comes up with it. Drives it hard into the front court. Looks for a trailer. Has Rebraca. Back to Patrick. Got to get PMAC going offensively, too. He wants Murray inside, but they're doubling Chris. Now they get it to him. He plays it up and in. Ball, there's no way that ball's going to touch the floor with his soft hands. He catches it, and it's gone.
Pretty feed over the top from Connor. He put it right on the money, and all Chris had to do, as you mentioned, Gary, was just lay it up.
That is 3 assists for Connor McCaffrey, doing what he does best. 12:05 to play in the game. Iowa again by 9 on Georgia Tech. Here's a drive, far corner by Terry. Tried to turn the corner. Murray shut him off. Sturdivant behind the back dribble, drives inside, throws it to the wing. Kelly forces a 3. Shot clock violation as it hit the side of the glass. Timeout on the floor. Iowa has corrected things in the defensive end, Bobby.
They tightened up on that one, and that is a shot clock violation on Georgia Tech. Hawkeyes take pride in that to try to get 3 again.
Do you own or rent your home? Sure you do. Fortunately, Geico makes it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. It's a good thing, too, because having a home is hard work. Go to geico.com, get a quote, and see how much you could save. Geico.com. It's easy. 55-46, Iowa by 9. Hawks are 6 of their last 8 from the field. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawkeyes 55 and Georgia Tech 46. The Big Ten ACC Challenge, the last one to be played. ACC is going to start a series with the SEC next year, and the Hawks will, I like what Fran said in the pregame coverage, we'll go out and schedule a home and home with one of the powers around the country going forward. We'll hopefully always have Iowa State on the schedule. And who knows, but there's a lot of great matchups to build that NCAA tournament resume. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Iowa by 9 and feeling better about themselves, Bobby, versus the start of the second half.
Yeah, start was not good. It got to within 40-36 when the Kelly kid hit a three-pointer. Fran called a quick timeout and got the attention of his team. And then it was Chris Murray that took over with back-to-back threes to extend the lead to 9. Right now sitting on that 9-point lead after another Chris Murray made basket. His numbers for the night, 25 points, 16 rebounds to this point.
How good has Iowa's defense been out of that early timeout in the second half? Georgia Tech's won for its last 8. The Hawks have the ball and a chance to go back up double figures. 55-46, 11:45 to play. McCaffrey, Patrick for 3. There it is. Smith got there late defending, and Patrick looks up at the sky and says, finally. So maybe he's off that rut, that shooting rut. Out of that shooting rut. 58-46. Hawks are back up 12 to Bobby's point after Tech had cut it to 4 early in the half. It's been on the defensive end equally impressive for Iowa. Here's Georgia Tech. A drive inside right of the lane. A shot off the glass. No good. Rebound fought for. Chris Murray couldn't quite secure it. He was in a little bit of a fray with Javon Franklin. And Chris touched the last out of bounds after a wild shot by Georgia Tech. They're not finding anything in the interior.
No, Phillips in there blocking it up. You get the length of Patrick McCaffrey, and Chris Murray's always looming somewhere.
In it comes, baseline left with a jump shot. That's short. Offered up by Dallin Debo Coleman, and Patrick McCaffrey runs the board down in the corner. Hawks will spread the floor now, up 12. 11 minutes to play in the game of the Big Ten ACC Challenge. Perkins, nice crossover dribble, got away with a shove off. Backdoor lob, beautifully done. Great pass. Chris Murray, all he had to do was turn and set it in the basket.
Does such a good job of getting deep position in there, Gary. And then when he catches the ball, he does not bring it down below his waist, keeps it up around head high. He's got 27 points.
27, close to his career high of 31. Sturdivant with a fake shot from 3, drives inside, misses the runner in the lane. Chris Murray has the ball knocked away from him. but they say it's off Chris. Knocked away by Davon Smith. That almost looked like a foul, didn't it? Chopped down, but they're letting him play. 10:28 to burn yet in this game. 60-46 Iowa. It's been a 7-0 Iowa run. Here's a throwaway. Bad pass by Davon Smith on the inbounds play. Rabracha with a pick. Ahead for Chris Murray. Right back to Phillip. Dunkaroo. Slammed down by Rabracha. Rabracha shifted into third gear when he saw Chris. He never lost eye contact with him. And Georgia Tech led up, and it was all over. 62-46. Iowa's biggest lead now at 16. Good job, Hawks, at both ends. Here's a partially blocked shot by Patrick McCaffrey. Put back, though. It fell right in the lap of Jalen Moore off the missed shot by Smith. And that was just unfortunate by Phillip Rabracha. He was just out of position a little bit. Prevented the putback on the reverse hook, but committed the foul.
Yeah, the air ball came up 5 feet short, Gary, and the kid just went and got it more. Phillip picks up his third foul.
So he'll have to come out, at least we think. Aaron Eulis is ready to check in. 2 free throws for Moore. Free throws good. Jalen Moore just 54% in the early season from the foul line. So Rabracha comes out. 13 points for Phillip. He's been a workhorse again tonight. 7 rebounds. And he'll sit for a few minutes. 9:57 to play in the game. Moore hits both free throws. First points in a while for Georgia Tech. They're now 4 of 5 from the foul line. The Hawks have been there 19 times, but have made only 9. And still lead by 14, 62-48. Eulis into the lane for Connor McCaffrey. Baseline for brother Patrick. And is that a double dribble or a travel?
They called a travel. There's a lot of arms and hands slapping away at Patrick in there, but it'll be Georgia Tech ball.
7 turnovers on Iowa. Georgia Tech's gone almost 4 minutes without a field goal. That's how good Iowa's defense has been. Just 2 free throws to show that span. 9.5 to go. Hawkeyes up 62-48. Trying to protect that lead. Tech playing it at a slower pace. Here's a drive baseline right. Step back jumper, no good, too long. Well, there's guys all over the back of the Hawkeyes. There's a reach-in foul on Connor McCaffrey as the ball skimmed long to a Georgia Tech player, and Connor reached in. Commits the foul, his first. That is team foul 4 on the Hawks. Each team with 4. So it's an underneath out of bounds play coming up for Kyle Sturdivant and Georgia Tech. Sturdivant triggers it in. Does so to Moore. They get it out top. Here's Smith driving inside. Backs down on Chris Murray. He's not going anywhere with the ball there. Now to a teammate, to Kelly in the lane. He drove right through 2 Hawkeye defenders and laid it up and in. There's that Princeton cutting offense to a T, Bobby.
Constantly moving. You don't stand. You pass the ball. You move. Your guy dribbles at you. You back cut.
Georgia Tech scratches back to within 12. 62-50. Eulis drives a pass center court for Connor McCaffrey. Into the corner for brother Patrick. Patrick skip pass to Murray. Nice catch. Shot fake up and no good, but 2 free throws coming for Chris. As the Hawks, best way to protect that lead is get it into your superstar. As you know, he's either going to score or get fouled or both.
Yeah, good feed too by Patrick McCaffrey, learning from his older brother Connor. He put a nice little down on the baseline side, a little skip down low, a little bounce pass into Chris, and
that's not easy for a 6'10" guy to make, but that was very Connor McCaffrey-like. Chris Murray short strings the first free throw. My goodness. 9 of 20 from the foul line. There'll be extra foul practice the rest of this week.
It's an individual skill that you got to put the time in.
Well, the Hawks have a few days just to get in the gym and work after this. Tonight, up 63-50. Murray makes the second. He's got 28 points. 8.5 to go. Big Ten ACC challenge. Iowa man-to-man. Eulis is guarding Sturdivant. He bounces high post right. Driving in the lane now. Steal by Iowa. Tristan Maxwell had the ball taken away. Chris Murray comes away with it. It's 8 turnovers on Georgia Tech. Hawks have 7. Iowa goes 4 in, 1 out. Tony Perkins dribbling the ball. Crossover on his man. Gets into the paint. They clear it out for him. Shot is up, no good with the left hand. Tony with a strong rebound. And free throws coming for Tony Perkins when play resumes. He was fouled from behind by Miles Kelly. Good move to get to the basket. He had 2 defenders on him. Missed that first shot, but an even better move. A strong move to get the ball back.
Yeah, play called from the sideline. Fran wanted an isolation opportunity for Tony Perkins. Works out. Will come out of the timeout with 2 free throws for TP.
The Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series celebrates our student athletes and our state's corn farmers. Just like the Hawks working hard all year, so do Iowa's corn farmers. Growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. Iowa Corn and the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series. 63-50 Iowa. 7:58 to play in the game here in Iowa City. This is Hawkeye basketball from Murfield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Hawkeyes by 13. Just under 8 minutes to go on this Big Ten ACC Challenge game from Iowa City and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Mediacom Court brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Bobby, on a night where the Hawks have steadily improved their shooting, especially in the second half, they've gotten it done off the glass.
Yeah, look at those numbers, Gary. Georgia Tech still battling in there. They're starting to close that gap a little bit, but the Hawkeyes hold an 8-rebound advantage. 37-29, 16 of the 37 rebounds have been offensively. Second chance points, Hawkeyes 22, Georgia Tech just 10.
12 more second chance points, and the Hawks lead by 13. Coincidence? I don't think so. A lot of hard work on the glass tonight, actually by Chris Murray. 17 rebounds, 7 offensive to go with his 28 points. 7 boards for Philip Rebracha. 7 rebounds for Connor McCaffrey. 7 rebounds, 6 points, 3 assists, no turnovers for Connor Mack.
2 of 3 from the floor, both of those long-range three-pointers, so he is just such a steadying influence when he's on the court.
And he's really helped Tony Perkins, who's trying to battle back from a leg injury. Tony missed a couple free throws a moment ago. He's got 2 more coming, makes the first. Just having Perkins on the floor means a lot. Second free throw, much better for him. And he says, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Swish.
That improves the numbers. Iowa 12 of 23 from the stripe. 65-50, Iowa back in front by 15. They've led by as many as 16 here in the second half. 7:45 to go. Coleman for Georgia Tech. They get it to the baseline to Kelly, back out to Coleman. He drains a 3. Don't let him get going. Debo Coleman averages 11. He's got 12, so he's at his average for the night. Keep him right there. 65-53. Hawks have just not been able to put this away. Georgia Tech has hit a clutch 3 on a number of times in the second half. They're 6 of 19 for the game. Patrick McCaffrey with a wild pass, collared by Tony Perkins. He drives inside, jump hook, no good. Rebounded by Georgia Tech and Javon Franklin. So they get a stop. Here's Kelly back for Georgia Tech, he's had the hot hand here in the second half with a couple of threes. Circles around Chris Murray. Scoop layup good. Oh, what a move by
Never gave it up.
Kelly.
Never gave it up, and the Hawkeyes just followed him around and scooped one in there. Miles Kelly now 18 points in the game.
Leads them, and here's a foul. Tony Perkins again getting in the lane, driving to the basket. Ryan McCaffrey upset with his team's defense on that last possession by Georgia Tech. Gives it to him now that they're in front of him. Perkins will get 2 more free throws. Fouled from behind. Tony's got 6 points and misses the first. Now 2 for 5 from the foul line. Iowa's lead is 10. It was 14 a moment ago. Second free throw is good. Back to 11, 66-55. 6:45 to go. Still work to do here for the Hawks. Patrick McCaffrey at the front of the 1-2-2. They methodically work it across. Coleman. Now center of the floor to Lance Terry. Hawks in the 1-2-2 or 1-3-1, or are they man-to-man?
Hawks in a matchup zone, 2-3.
All right, 2-3. Smith throws left side for Coleman. Now to Kelly. Shot fake in the corner by Coleman. He drives in on Patrick McCaffrey. Misses the shot. It did catch the iron as the shot clock went off. But Connor McCaffrey had the rebound by then. Here's Tony. Backdoor pass. A handoff to Patrick McCaffrey. And he's punched to the floor by Franklin. A lot of motion, a lot of action there. Aaron Eulis caught the ball in the corner as he was slicing to the basket left baseline, and then threw it into the middle of the lane for Patrick McCaffrey, who was tomahawked from behind, and Patrick will shoot 2. That's very, very unselfish on the part of Eulis.
Yeah, that's what he does. He's always got his head up, as you mentioned, Gary. He's looking to make a pass for somebody. He's a natural point guard. Good job by Patrick of making himself available in front of the rim to catch it, get to the free throw line. 3
assists on the night for Aaron, just 1 turnover. Free throw's good for Patrick, 67-55. Iowa's lead is 12. Second free throw crawls in. That's 14 made free throws and 26 attempts for Iowa. Hawks have out free throwed, make it 15 made free throws. They've out free throwed Georgia Tech by 9. That's been big in this game. 68-55, despite the fact the Hawks have missed a bunch. Here's a steal, a poke away by Tony Perkins on a lazy bounce pass. Hawks with a run out. Patrick McCaffrey fouled on his way to the basket again by Coleman. More free throws coming for the Hawks.
Yeah, Hawks create some offense with the defense out of the zone. They get the poke away, the steal, and the run out. Patrick to the line for 2 more.
Iowa's been without a field goal for almost 5 minutes, but they're chipping away and building on the lead at the foul line. 2 more for Patrick McCaffrey, and he's in a rhythm now. Makes the first. Made 2 30 seconds ago, and then off the steal by Perkins. 8th turnover by Georgia Tech. Iowa's turning more points off turnovers. Second one is good by Patrick. It's a dozen points off Georgia Tech turnovers. 70-55, and Iowa crawls back in front by 15. 5.5 to go in the game. Coleman, top of the circle to Lance Terry. Terry drives the dribble in from the wing, now backs it out. Hawks with that zone are covering up the driving lanes. Here's Miles Kelly, forces a pass to the wing. Wild jump shot driving to the lane is missed by Davon Smith. And Iowa gets the rebound in no hurry. Eulis to Tony Perkins. Tony drives in the lane. Step back jumper is good. Might be the dagger right there.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, and a steal by Eulis on the inbounds pass. Misses the layup. But Aaron fighting for the rebound. Can't quite beat Smith to the ball. And here's Kelly controlling the loose change now for Georgia Tech. 72-55, Iowa's biggest lead at 17. Patrick McCaffrey has Davon Smith all covered up, gets it to Kelly on the baseline. Jump shot no good. Reaching over the top of 2 Hawks and scoring on the putback is Javon Franklin. 4:39 to play in the game, and Javon Franklin with a good second effort. That 6'7" frame went over the top of Connor McCaffrey and Tony Perkins, and got it to go 72-57. Iowa by 15. Really like the effort of the Hawkeyes on the defensive end, Bobby.
Yeah, they're still fighting in there and giving great effort. And Franklin converts the N1.
Javon Franklin. Below his average of 9, but he's got 5. 3 big ones there, and the Hawkeyes lead is back to 14. Here's Murray. Chris Murray lost the ball. Restolen by Connor McCaffrey. A no-look pass to Tony Perkins, and off his fingertips out of bounds. Fran McCaffrey staring at the floor. Oh, what a play by Connor McCaffrey. After Chris Murray lost the ball, it was stolen away by Tech and then restolen by Connor, and Tony was by himself underneath the basket, a little over anxious reaching for it. And the Hawks turn it over for the 9th time. Here's a 3, no good. Rebound fought for. Chris Murray has it taken away. Tell you what, Jalon Moore can get up, and he scores on the putback. 72-60 Iowa, under 4 minutes to play. 3:55 left in the game. Well, it hasn't been easy, but the Hawks have a double-digit lead and the basketball. Here's a wheel route run by Patrick McCaffrey. He misses the soft jumper in the lane. Bothered by contact there, Miles Kelly tips it to Davon Smith. Georgia Tech. Never say die, Georgia Tech. Here's a foul called on Iowa inside on Chris Murray as Javon Franklin took him off the dribble, and timeout. Officials timeout on the floor. 72-60. Iowa just can't put Georgia Tech away. 3:31 to go in the game. Rebraca, though, arrested Rebraca will come in. That said, the Hawks have led by as many as 17. They lead it by 12 with 3.5 remaining in the game of the Big Ten ACC Challenge. With quick, hot savings from Quick Star. You'll find hot deals throughout the store. Check out the savings on produce, Nature's Touch dairy products, and so much more. Quick Star's got your savings covered. 72-60 Iowa. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye basketball. Iowa in a battle here with Georgia Tech most of the night. Has not been headed since the early stages of the game at 72-60 Hawkeyes right now, and over Georgia Tech. This is a good battle that the Hawkeyes need to be in, Bobby, coming out of Florida with two tough opponents there, Clemson and TCU. This will help prepare them for Duke next week, but you got to finish the deal.
Yeah, you got to finish. You got 3 minutes, 31 seconds left to go. You got a 12-point lead. Franklin at the free throw line for 2. He could pull the Yellow Jackets to within 10, but you just got to execute now the final 3.5 minutes there. You got to step up. You're going to get fouled. You haven't shot the free throw very well tonight. Just 17 of 29. Good for 58% Hawkeye free throw shooting, but done a really, really, really good job off the glass.
Big Ten ACC Challenge around the country. Other scores last night, Minnesota and Northwestern both lost. Tonight, it's Wisconsin 64, Wake Forest 63. 5 minutes to go up in Madison. Michigan leads number 3 Virginia by 6 midway through the second half. Maryland pounded Louisville 79-54. Clemson in double overtime outlasted Penn State 101-94, and Illinois crushed Syracuse 73-44. So on balance, a good night for the Big Ten, and a full slate of games tomorrow night. Here is Javon Franklin, 82% from the foul line. First one deadens off the front of the rim, crawls in. 72-61 Hawkeyes, 3:30 to go in the game. See how aggressive in the full court Georgia Tech gets. If this one falls, it does. 72-62. 5 in a row by Georgia Tech. Ulis, Perkins, McCaffrey, Chris Murray, and Philip Rebracha. The Hawks have the ball handlers on the floor, and their 2 best inside scorers. McCaffrey, here's a kick on Debo Coleman. Well, they really get after you defensively, Georgia Tech. That's what they do. Not a great shooting team, but they're very, very good defensively. And Iowa's taken, for the most part, their best shot tonight. 3:17 to go. Perkins will inbound. Does so to Ulis. 20 on the shot clock. Here's Chris Murray, open for 3 on the wing. Yes, sir, that was big. Confident shooter there, Bobby Henson.
That, by my count, is a new career high for Chris Murray. The three-pointer gives him 31.
75-62 Iowa. Kelly for 3 scores from the near corner. Timeout Georgia Tech. How did he get that wide open?
That's what Fran's asking. Woo. Aaron Ulis playing in the zone.
Miles Kelly with a wide open look for 3. Counters Chris Murray's 3. And Fran is going to blow a gasket here. So it's back to a 10-point deficit for Georgia Tech. Iowa by 10, 75-65. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID time on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to the Big Ten ACC Challenge and Hawkeye Basketball. Not want to take Fran McCaffrey's blood pressure right now.
He just wants them to play, wants them to finish.
Finish at both ends of the floor.
Yep.
Just got a big 3 from Chris Murray and then give up a wide open look with the zone at the other end. 75-65. They're not a great 3-point shooting team, but they've made them here in the second half. Has Georgia Tech, or much better in the second half. Connor McCaffrey is tripped up trying to work around a screen, and they get Javon Franklin his 4th. It's a 10th team foul. 10th team foul on Georgia Tech. Connor McCaffrey will shoot 2. And this is the guy you want at the line on a night where Iowa struggled. 17 for 29 from the foul line. And Connor, I hexed him, misses the first. 17 for 30 is Iowa. Second free throw is good. 76-65 Iowa. Hawks need a couple more stops here with 2:39 to go in the game. Front court. Davon Smith. High post left for Javon Franklin. Here's a 3, no good. Rebounded by Chris Murray. And the ball is out of bounds to Georgia Tech. Is it just me, or is Javon Franklin just crawling all over everybody from behind? And
he jumped all over Chris Murray on that one and hung on the rim when he's on his way down.
You could hear the rim pulled off its hinges. 20 on the shot clock. They get a reset. Now a turnover. Miles Kelly just lost the dribble. Unforced error. Yeah, Aaron was bothering him. Took a swat at it, and Rebracha comes up with it. So Tony Perkins from Ulis now in the front court. As again, ISO play for Perkins. He circles along the far sideline. Back center court now for Euless. 10 to shoot, 1:55 to play in the game. Connor McCaffrey runs his man into a screen by Rebrace. Chris Murray with 3 to shoot, drives inside. Shot off the front of the rim, no good. And laying on his back, Murray has the ball land on his belly button. He throws it back out for a shot reset of the shot clock.
That's 19 rebounds now. Take however he can get them. 31 points, 19 rebounds for Murray.
76-65. Perkins for 3, no good. Kicks long to the Hawkeyes. Connor McCaffrey. He's always in the right spot, isn't he?
Ball bounced right to him.
So the Hawks get another 20-second reset on the shot clock. Still leading by 11 with 1:13 to go in the game. Connor for 3. Dagger! That's what you want out of your 6th-year senior.
Yeah, 10 points now for Connor, his 3rd three-point field goal made.
Timeout, Georgia Tech, 79-65, 1:03 to go in the game. The Hawks can hold on from here as we tell you Hawkeye basketball has been sponsored tonight by Bud and Mary's. Get a medical cannabis card in Iowa. It's as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com, BUDMARY.com, and learn more. Thanks to Bud and Mary's. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by the great Central Midwest Honda dealers all across Iowa, like the folks in Ames. Do your dealing with Mike Gowerty at Honda of Ames. Due for a service job tomorrow at Zimmerman Honda in Moline, the Quad Cities. Love my Honda Passport. You will too. 79-65. Hawkeyes in the second half are shooting 50%, 44% for the game. And the second half defense much better. Georgia Tech at 40%, 39% for the game, Bobby.
Yeah, the Hawk defense has been solid for the most part, Gary, and it's been solid because of the rebound numbers. That's the final piece to the defensive puzzle, is you got to corral the rebounds. The Hawkeyes out rebounding Georgia Tech 42-35.
Field goals are even, 26 for Iowa, 25 for Georgia Tech. And while the Hawks have struggled at the free throw line, they have 10 more made free throws than Georgia Tech and lead it by 14 as we wind inside a minute to go in the game. Kyle Sturdivant, center floor of the floor for Georgia Tech. 4 guys passing around the perimeter. They're down 14. They need to go to the basket, but Iowa's defense has been airtight. Now 5 to shoot, and a foul called on Tony Perkins. Dylan Debo Coleman will be at the foul line. Team foul 7 on the Hawks, so the 1-and-1. Second on Tony. Coleman, 76% from the foul line. It's a good free throw shooting team. Every starter but one is over 75%. But that said, Coleman misses the front end of the 1-and-1. Connor McCaffrey with a rebound. His stat line is spectacular tonight, even though Chris Murray is pumped in 31 with a basket full of rebounds, 19. New career high for Chris Murray. Aaron Euless will dribble out the clock, or what he can of it. 5 to shoot, 19 on the game clock. Here's Perkins, pop-up jumper in the lane, good. Little teardrop for Tony right down through. And Iowa leads it by 16. Hawks will win the game, 10 seconds to go.
Tony now double figures, he's got 11.
Good second half for Tony. Here's a 3, no good. Murray with a rebound, and the game is over. 81-65 Iowa. That's the final. Heck of an effort by Georgia Tech. But Chris Murray, as he has been so many times in his career, a difference maker. Iowa wins at 81-65. Stay with us for the U.S. Cellular postgame show. That's next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half on the Hawkeye Sports Network. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for energy saving tips. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Okay, close your eyes and imagine.
Well, unless you're driving.
Yes, imagine you bought a scratch ticket from the Iowa Lottery.
Or someone gave you one.
Yes, right. And you scratch, and you've won.
Won big.
Yes, in fact, there are 13 holiday games with big cash prizes. And if you don't win, play it again. You can still win up to $100,000 in the VIP club.
But you have to enter and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Yes, thank you.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by West Bend, the Silver Lining, Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Shields, right there with you. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. This is the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show.
It is indeed U.S. Cellular, bringing locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone free. Compliments of U.S. Cellular. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas from your friends at U.S. Cellular. 81-65. The Hawkeyes out-defense Georgia Tech, especially in the second half, limiting the Yellow Jackets to just 30% shooting for the game, 33% in the 38% in the second half, 39% for the game. They were 7 of 23 from three, Bobby. They took a lot of threes in the second half, made them early in the period, but Iowa's defense got everything corrected at about the 10-minute mark and really was airtight from that point on.
Yeah, as we talked about, a tough team to kind of prepare for and play against because they run the mixing defenses. You don't know if it's a 1-3-1, if it's a 2-3, is it a 1-1-3. They'll come out in on the baseline, but for the most part, the Hawks handled it, understood what they were doing, and you got a superstar like Chris Murray, 31 and 20 tonight. I mean, that's ridiculous numbers out of a college basketball player. 20 rebounds, 8 of them offensively. The story of the game was how the Hawks dominated the glass both ends.
19 offensive rebounds out of their 44. That is big time, and they certainly outsized Georgia Tech. They felt they had the advantage there, but we didn't see 20 offensive rebounds coming.
No, you didn't. But, that's a point of emphasis. Sherman Dillard told us at halftime he had the scout of it and, got a little bit of physical, got manhandled against TCU, wanted to come out here tonight and set the record straight. And the Hawks certainly flexed their muscles in this victory.
They win it by 16, 81-65 with 27 second chance points. That just magnifies the rebounding advantage the Hawks enjoyed this evening, along with Chris Murray's double-double, career-high 31 points and 20 rebounds. We'll have that and more on the Hy-Vee stat recap next on the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Iowa 81, Georgia Tech 65. That's the final. And this is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly Med Farm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
What are you craving? The Wigan Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wigan Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
Iowa defeats Georgia Tech 81-65. The last time a Hawk pulled down 20 or more rebounds in a game was Chris Murray's brother Keegan versus North Carolina Central, November 16 of 2021. Tonight's 20 rebounding performance marks the 25th time in program history that feat was accomplished. And, Chris Murray's very Chris Murray, 31 and 20. We'll talk more about his game a little bit later on. Our best in the game, Old Dominion's best of the best, is Connor McCaffrey. He hopped off the bench in the first half when the Hawks needed a spark. He banged back-to-back threes, ends up with a double-double, 10 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, no turnovers. He had 4 offensive rebounds and played almost 31 minutes. That's a pretty impressive stat line, sixth-year senior. I would expect that out of an old, grizzled veteran like you.
Yeah, no, definitely, Duff. I appreciate it. Maybe a little bit tired at the end, but I didn't want to come out, so I didn't say anything.
I think everybody was tired most of that second half, but you gutted it out. You got the defense rectified at least the last 10 or 11 minutes, didn't you?
Yeah, and I thought even – that start to the second half was really the only bad stretch of defense we had, and I just felt like we didn't come out with enough pop, and there's no excuse for that because that's something we've been really harping on in practice, especially after the TCU game where we felt like we were just kind of flat. So I felt like after that we were fine, and then pretty much throughout the entire second half after that start we were good, minus offensive rebounding. We gave up a couple, but it's also a lot harder to defensive rebound from a zone, so that's something we gotta work on if we're going to play more zone, which we did in that second half.
And you don't see the Princeton offense that often. They backdoor you or try to back cut you to death. And to hold a team to 39% shooting that plays like that, you knew it was coming, but you're not sure when. That's a pretty good defensive effort, Connor, in my view.
Yeah, no, and I think that you got to credit the guys. Obviously, we had a good game plan, or we had good execution, but you got to credit the coaches because they had us ready for that. It was a Sherm scout, and my dad been watching the Princeton stuff, playing against the Princeton stuff for forever. So they were well versed in that. So we had, the scouts team did a great job leading up to tonight, and we were ready for it. Staying underneath cutters. They get you a couple of times, but I feel like for the most part we handled it pretty well. And then they just go. So then we just had to guard our yard.
Bobby and I were raving about the stretches of board dominance, especially in that first half when you were up by double digits. You led by 11 at the break, but 44 to 35 rebounds. It was much worse than that in Iowa's favor in the first half. And 19 offensive, 27 second chance points, Connor. That's going to win you a lot of games in the Big Ten.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something, we crushed Clemson on the glass, come back against TCU and get blasted on the glass. So then this was a big key for us going into this game. We knew we had an advantage, and especially, we've been struggling a little bit to shoot it the past couple of games, so we knew we wanted to go back and get them, because if you're missing shots, you got to go back and get it, and that's what we did, and that's ultimately why we had that double-digit lead.
I think tonight was a classic Connor McCaffrey performance. People might wonder, what's the motivation to come back for a sixth year? You're in the Tippy Business School. You could be on Wall Street or in the commodity market in Chicago, making a lot of cash. So what's your MO this year? You came back, and the team is so grateful that you did, because they need your floor leadership. What drives you this year?
Yeah, I honestly, I think it's just one year of having fun and being with my brother, being with my teammates, and my dad, my family around. I just really didn't want to give it up. And obviously, the NIL money helps a little bit.
Sure.
Having that available to you. But it was just for me. Like I knew that I would kind of regret it if I didn't come back. And I've always wanted to. I've always wanted to have a season where I've been like fully healthy. And the past couple of years, I wasn't. At times, I feel like I was, but I was kind of dealing with some other stuff. And so this year, I'm feeling really good with my body, and I feel like I can bring a spark off the bench to this team. So that's ultimately why I decided to come back. And who wants to leave college early, right?
For sure. I'll just remain mum on that question. But
you would have stayed. You'd have stayed for 6 if you could.
Well, if I was playing at your level, I would have. Yeah, but
a lot of people go to college for 7 years.
As
called doctors.
As Alex Karras, the great Hawkeye defensive lineman, 13-year NFL All-Star, once said, "Look, I was only at Iowa for 2 terms. People think I was never there. I was there for 2 terms, Eisenhower and Truman." So,
when you first said that, I was thinking like 2 semesters, 2 terms of school, 2 presidential terms. That's pretty good.
Alex had a good sense of humor like you do. But tonight was the second of 3 games, Connor, against ACC opponents. You can only get better playing that kind of competition. Clemson, Georgia Tech, and now the Duke Blue Devils at Madison Square Garden next week. This grueling stretch here in the last week should prepare you well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we knew that this is kind of what we were coming into. We knew this upcoming stretch, what we had. So I think right now, we have a little bit to get ready for them. I'm sure we're going to prepare accordingly. And I think this week is about getting healthy, getting our bodies right, getting ready to head to New York.
And Dad got win number 499 tonight. Wouldn't it be great to get number 500?
500 in the Garden. I like it. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. 499. So pass along our congratulations, won't you?
I will. I'll let them know.
Thanks, Connor.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Connor McCaffrey, our best of the best, courtesy of Old Dominion. Our Best in the Game is sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in their game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Connor's first double-double, 10 points, 10 rebounds, but he was so much more valuable just assisting, stealing. He was Connor McCaffrey. That's who he is. He does everything well when he's in the game, and tonight he was needed with Tony Perkins nursing that leg injury. Hopefully Tony now gets a few days off his feet around practices and will be stronger than ever because the Hawks will need him next Tuesday at the Garden. Iowa wins at 81-65 over Georgia Tech. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Hawkeye fans offering expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable Hawkeye gear, Authentic Brand Apparel has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop the premium selection of outerwear, hoodies, hats, and more at authentic-brand.com. Save 15% instantly with coupon code Hawkeye Radio. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Welcome back to the USL. Get a postgame show. Iowa beats Georgia Tech 81-65 in the Big Ten ACC Challenge to improve to 6-1 on the season. The Yellow Jackets dropped to 4-3. Time for our charity stripe recap. How'd the Hawks do from the foul line in tonight's game? Much better in the second half. 18 of 31 for the game. That's just 58%. And for Iowa, who shoots well above 70% on the year, the Hawks will be making a lot of free throw tosses in practice the next couple days to work out the rust. Practice makes perfect. Georgia Tech got there 10 times, made 8, but only got there 10 times and made 80% of those. That's the charity stripe update, sponsored by Latham High-Tech Seeds. Just like the Hawkeyes' diverse talents, no seed company has more trait and genetic diversity than Latham High-Tech Seeds. Thank you, Latham Seeds, for supporting Hawkeye basketball and the American Cancer Society through the Hawkeye Charity Stripe promotion all season long. Now our Hy-Vee stat recap. The rest of the numbers in Iowa's 81-65 win. Brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings. Shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Well, the big story was Chris Murray, 11 of 18 from the field, 31 points, 20 rebounds, a new career high for Chris in both areas, 31 and 20. Murray hit 11 of 18 shots, 4 3-point goals, and 5 of 8 from the foul line. Played all but a minute and a half of the game. Talk about Mr. Durable. Hawks had 4 in double figures, 13 for Philip Rabracha. He added 7 boards, 11 for Tony Perkins. Many of those coming in the latter stages of the game when it was still in doubt. 11 points, 3 assists, just 1 turnover for Tony, who played 32.5 minutes. And our star of the game, our Old Dominion best of the best, Connor McCaffrey, with a double-double. 10 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, no turnovers. He just keeps getting it done. And with his floor game, the Hawks with 9 turnovers to 21 assists, so they continue to lead the nation in at the best in assist-turnover ratio. Iowa had 6 block shots and 5 steals on Georgia Tech. The Hawkeyes shoot 27 of 60, that's 45%, 9 of 26 from 3, and made 18 of 31 from the foul line. For Georgia Tech, they shoot 25 of 64, 39%, 7 of 23 from distance, and 8 of 10 at the foul line. Led in scoring by Miles Kelly's 21 points, many of those in the second half. 12 points for Dallin Coleman, and 10 each for Jalen Moore and for Davon Smith. 7 points for Javon Franklin. He also had 7 rebounds. Moore and Smith had 8 boards apiece for Georgia Tech, who turned the ball over 11 times, had 13 assists to those 11 turnovers, 1 block shot, 6 steals. They shoot 39% from the game, 30% from 3, and 80 from the foul line. So the Hawkeyes got it done in the defensive end, especially in that second half. Hawks had 16 points off turnovers to 13 for Tech, But the big stat, 27 points, second chance points, 27 to 15. They had 12 more second chance points than did Georgia Tech. Let's check out our Spot and Rose points in the paint. Contractors, you're busier than ever, but you've got this with high-quality building materials from Spot and Rose, like GAF Roofing. Use the Spot and Rose Visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF, we protect what matters the most. With several Spot and Rose locations, you can focus on life's other important things. Spot and Rose, buy easier, build better. Although the Hawks had a decided advantage in paint scores in the first half, Georgia Tech with that back-cutting offense, that Princeton offense where they're always driving with or without the basketball through the lane, roared back in the second half in paint scores. Iowa wins it in the end 36-34 in our Spot and Rose points in the paint. That's the Hy-Vee stat recap. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. We'll come back and hear from Fran McCaffrey next on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show as Iowa puts away Georgia Tech in the Big Ten ACC Challenge, 81-65. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Iowa Hawkeye basketball on 1040 WHO is brought to you by Case IH, West Bend Mutual, Better Business Bureau, Lennox Heating and Cooling, American Equity, Burger Shed, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
(81-65), Iowa beats Georgia Tech in the Big Ten ACC Challenge tonight to improve to 6-1 on the young season. Time to hear from the head Hawk. Fran McCaffrey got his 499th career victory this evening. He's brought to you by John Deere. He's with Bobby Hansen in the Hawkeye locker room. And those great Iowa John Deere dealers include Van Wall Equipment in Ankeny. Here is Bobby.
Coach, terrific bounce-back victory here tonight coming out of Florida. You guys really were focused in, and you could tell right from the get-go the emphasis was on rebounding.
It was. It's a shame because we struggled at the free throw line tonight. We really got the ball inside. I thought Phillip was tremendous. He kept getting fouled. I mean, he's so active and so strong and so physical. Same with Chris. Connor was phenomenal. It was kind of a goofy game. Fumbling the ball a little bit, goofy stuff happened, but we never let them take the lead, and we maintained the lead. We got the stops we needed. The zone was good to us. Made them take a lot more time to score, but just a lot of really good performances from a lot of different people.
And a new starting lineup, Coach. Aaron Eulis into the lineup for try to take a little pressure off Peyton Sanford.
Yeah, and I hate to do that because, you lose a game, you take a guy out of the starting lineup. I don't want the perception to be, it's Peyton's fault. No. I thought it would be better for him to come in off the bench. wish I could have got him more minutes coming down the stretch, but it was one of those games. We want the guys we had, and he's going to be great for us.
Coach, talk about Chris Murray. 31 points, 20 rebounds. We were counting him down. I was hoping he'd get to 20. He got that last one. That's phenomenal for a college basketball player to dominate like that.
Well, you know, the thing that was impressive to me was his offensive rebounding. Because in the beginning, we were struggling to score. He was going back. He had a bunch in the first half and some big ones at times when we needed it. So, you know, it's great. You're able to run stuff for him to shoot threes. You run stuff for him to post up. He's going to rebound. A lot of scorers, as you know, Bobby, don't rebound. They go get 31, but they don't rebound. And this guy got 20, so that says a lot about him.
And the other double-double guy, Connor over there, our star of the game, he's just such a steadying influence, a veteran presence on the floor. He did everything tonight.
He kept them together. You know, when they hit a couple shots, they went on a little run. You know, the ball's fumbled out of bounds, and, you know, everybody gets tentative. He just settles everybody down, knows what we're in on defense, knows what we're in on offense, and then makes big plays. But he knows we got to get the ball to Chris. We got to get the ball to our scorers, and then he's got to score. And I'm really excited to watch him really expand his offensive game.
And Coach, that by my count is victory number 499 on the countdown to 500. I know it doesn't mean anything to you right now, but do you ever stop and reflect and think about it a little bit?
You know what, Bobby? I really don't, and I mean that in a sincere way. We're so focused on what's next. Okay, how do we get this team ready to play the next game, regardless of whether it's Duke or somebody else. This time it happens to be Duke in Madison Square Garden. But we've got a ton of Power Fives left on our schedule, and we'll just start grinding. We'll break this thing down, point the mistakes out, point the good things out, the how-tos, the how-not-tos, so we're better in the next game, start preparing them for what we're going to see from Duke. You know, at some point I probably will, to go back to your question, reflect. You know, you think about, you know, the great players that I've coached and the great staff members I've had. And I've been blessed. I've had great athletic directors. You can't have success. I mean, everywhere I've been, you know, the athletic director, and certainly right here with Gary Barr, they're right in there with you. And that makes a big difference, not only for our ability to win, but what the experience is for the student athletes. And that's, at the end of the day, what it's all about, right, Bobby?
Exactly, Coach. And we got a little bit of time off, and then hop on the plane on Sunday to head out to New York City. And I know a big game against Duke. Tell us about Duke a little bit, but also for the V Foundation, and also you and Margaret's work with AYA and Adolescent and Young Adult Cancer Center here at Stead Family Hospital.
What's great is, the Center for Advancement is teaming with the V Foundation to raise money for AYA, specifically at the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. We're one of the few hospitals in the country that has an AYA program that really targets those cancer patients from ages 13 to 31. So, we encourage, Hawk fans to donate. Patrick did a little PSA that's going to be shown, as a cancer survivor, and certainly somebody who is in that range, which is where, Margaret and I were involved with Coaches versus Cancer, but we specifically made it AYA when we were approached by George Weiner, who runs the Comprehensive Cancer Center here at the University of Iowa. So we're excited to be a part of it, excited for the opportunity to go play Duke in the Garden. Young team, talented team. I know they play, I guess they played Purdue. No, Purdue just beat them. They play Ohio State tomorrow as part of the challenge. So we'll see how that game goes.
Okay, Coach. And tomorrow night, our first Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey. Come out and join us at the Hyatt down the Iowa River Landing. We'll be there from 7 to 8:30, and we'll talk about it all tomorrow.
Look forward to it, Bobby.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Bobby. And Coach McCaffrey, the V Foundation, of course, named after longtime coach Jim Valvano, who led North Carolina State to a national championship before losing his life to cancer. The V Week, it's a great story. It features 8 teams, including the Hawks, in raising millions of dollars for cancer research that will, in part, benefit, as Fran mentioned, the UI Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center and the Adolescent and Young Adult Cancer Center. Patrick McCaffrey is a survivor of thyroid cancer, and he'll be featured in a short documentary next week all across the country on ESPN. And you can help us out and be generous by donating at foriowa.info/Jimmy V. That's FORIOWA.info/Jimmy V. Thank you on behalf of all cancer survivors and their families, of which I am one of those cancer survivors. So appreciate your support. Our postgame visit with Coach McCaffrey and Bobby is courtesy of Van Wall Equipment. Nothing runs like a deer, especially when supported by the team at Van Wall Equipment. Stop by one of their locations and learn how to farm better, work smarter, and play harder when you run with Van Wall and John Deere. Bobby's still on the headset in the locker room. Guess who's checking in from Atlanta?
I don't know.
Wes.
Oh, they're Georgia Tech play-by-play man.
Well, he was for a lot of years. Now he's cut back. He's just the voice of the Atlanta Falcons and works for the ACC network. So Wes Durham, whose dad was a Hall of Fame broadcaster at the University of North Carolina for 50-plus years. Wes isn't quite that old yet, but he's catching us. So hi to Wes, who does a great job on the Falcons games, does a morning show on the ACC network, longtime buddy, and he does the Falcon games with a former enemy, David Archer,
Iowa State
quarterback.
You bet. I know David well.
Oh, David's
good man.
The great guy. And anyway, Wes, thanks for checking in with us tonight. Our Heating Up the Hawks feature, courtesy of Lennox, now falls into Chris Murray's lap. Why not? First off, he played 39 minutes tonight. You talk about stamina and toughness and courage. 31 points, 20 rebounds, career highs for Chris Murray. He's our hot Hawkeye, courtesy of your Lennox heating and air conditioning dealers. He had 11 of 18 shots, 4 of 8 from 3, 5 of 8 from the foul line. Threw in 4 assists, 2 blocked shots for good measure. Chris Murray looking very Keegan Murray-like tonight.
He was fantastic, and I really like that 39 minutes played. Of the 40 possible minutes, he was getting traffic rebounds, as Fran talked about. He got to the offensive glass early and really got the Hawkeyes into it.
And your Lennox dealer in your neighborhood will log 39-plus minutes for you to keep your home not only toasty warm, but affordable and toasty warm. Stop in and see Affordable Heating in Cedar Rapids, Vic's Heating, Plumbing, and Vent in Decorah, Affordable Service in Fairfield. There's Mechanical Air Systems Company in Mason City, and Van Hoften Plumbing and Heating in Oskaloosa. Chris Murray, our Lennox, heating up the nets, hot Hawkeye, 31 points, 20 rebounds. Iowa wins 81-65 over Georgia Tech. More in a minute on our U.S. Cellular postgame show. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
Hawkeye basketball. Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. Iowa defeats Georgia Tech 81-65. Let's relive some of the exciting moments of tonight's Iowa victory. It's 6th of the season. Philip Rabracha was doing all the heavy lifting in the opening minutes of the game. Murray with another rebound, has it hacked away from behind, but gets it under control. Now to Ulis. Pop-up jumper, top of the circle. No good. Put back. No good. Rabracha gets it again. Up he goes. Foul and count the basket. Phillip with another solid line tonight. He gets the put back there for the score and the free throw. That broke a 4-all tie. The Hawkeyes went up a minute later, 9-4, thanks to Tony Perkins. Tech hustles back, so the Hawks settle in the half court. Played 4 minutes. Iowa 7-4 lead. Here's Perkins. Backdoor cut. Reverse layup is good. Used the rim for protection on the double team. Tony with a big second half ends up with 11 points, 3 assists tonight. Iowa led by 5 after a basket by the Yellow Jackets cut the lead to 11-6. Murray got a putback. Iowa got a stop, and then Murray went to work from distance. And it's 11-8. Georgia Tech hustles back. Iowa with the ball and a 3-point lead. Here's Hawkeye Chris Murray to Ulis, center of the floor. Now back to Chris. His 3. Good. Beautiful form there. Nothing wrong with that shot. Good recognition by Ulis to get the ball right back to Chris after he threw it to him in the center of the floor. Defender backed off, and Murray buried the tray. It's one of 21 assists. Ulis had a total of 5 assists. He was Iowa's top assist man tonight. That one paved the way for 3 of Chris Murray's career-high 31 points. He put Iowa up 6, 14-8. Hawks would gradually stretch the lead to 8. But then back came Georgia Tech. Seemed like they had an answer for every Iowa run. Georgia Tech got to within 8, 21-13 midway through the first half. Connor McCaffrey made his first trip to the floor, and did he make it pay? Connor McCaffrey in the far corner. His 3. Good! Leave it to number 30 to get the Hawks going offensively. 24-15 Iowa at that point. Georgia Tech scored. Sanford then cashed in from distance. Fresh possession for the Hawks. Sanford again. Maybe this time. Yes, sir. There it is. Peyton Sanford finally gets off the goose egg with his first long-distance tray, and it's 27-17 Iowa. Yeah, Peyton had to feel good after that one. He's been struggling from the three-point stripe, and we know he's much better than that, than what he's been showing at 28%. But that big 3 there put Iowa up by double digits for the first time at 27-17. After a Hawkeye stop defensively, Connor McCaffrey went back to work. Murray gets the rebound, brings it down himself. Here's Connor McCaffrey. Deep 3 in transition. Good! Hit the back of the iron and went straight down. And with 6.5 to go in the first half, the Hawkeyes had their biggest lead at 30-17 on Connor McCaffrey's 3. Give the assist to Chris Murray. After a 3 by Georgia Tech, Desante Bowen, who, again, providing depth off the bench for the Hawkeyes, made a beautiful twisting, driving layup move. And the Hawkeyes worked the ball into the front court. Peyton Sanford. 5.5 to go till intermission. There's Desante Bowen with a crossover dribble. Spins into the lane. Layup is good. Beautiful move by the freshman from New England. Iowa led 32-20 at that juncture. They would lead by by 11 at the half, 40-29. Early in the second half, Chris Murray said, enough of this. Let me go to work. He got a layup off a putback to put Iowa up 16, 42-36, 2 minutes into the half, and then went to work from distance. To Sanford, scores 42-38 Iowa. Murray for 3 from the corner. Yes, a 3. Thank you very much.
With a hand in his face, Chris Murray, deep right corner 3.
And Chris Murray was far from finished early in that second half. Perkins to the foul line, and Rabracha out front. Murray, 3, good. Chris Murray lights the three-point lamp again. Iowa by 9. 11 of 18 from the field, 4 of 8 from distance. That put the Hawks up 48-39. They'd maintained that 8 to 10 point lead for most of the rest of the way until late in the game when Georgia Tech, worn down by Iowa's defense, gave way to a Hawkeye 9-0 run. The Hawks went up 16, and they win it by a 16-81 to 65. Those are some of the highlights from tonight's game. We'll hear from Georgia Tech coach Josh Pastner next as we wrap up the U.S. Cellular postgame show. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
81-65, Iowa beats Georgia Tech in the Big Ten ACC Challenge here at Carver Hawkeye Arena. After the game, Georgia Tech head coach Josh Pastner had nothing but praise for Coach McCaffrey and his Hawkeyes.
Secondly, Coach McCaffrey, one of the best in the country. I mean, his success, what he's done here, and the longevity that he's done it. I think he's been here, 13 years or something like that. And he's just done an outstanding job. And the amount of wins that they've had, and his teams are really good, and so he's obviously one of the elite coaches in the profession. Thirdly, I thought, look, we're not a big team, and we got our butts kicked on the offensive glass first half. That's part of the deal when we play our zone. Our zone's really good because we guard the three-point shot, which we held them to 22% from three in the first half. But the issue was, we get stretched, and we give up a lot of offensive rebounds. That's something we spend a lot of time working on, but we've just got to get better at that. And last thing is, we had some great looks, made some shots. I thought we played the right way offensively. They slowed us down in some things when they went to the zone, so we got to get better in some of those areas. But overall, I was proud of our young guys, and Iowa's a very good team, and we just got to keep getting better. And Kelly, thanks for being here. Kelly's from Atlanta, so I know that's not an easy trip, so appreciate you being here, Kelly.
Thanks, Josh. You had to play without Rodney tonight, who's been your starting big man in the past. How much of a difference did that make? Kind of what's his status?
Yeah, Rodney wasn't here due to a personal reason back at home. We'll just, play it, see what happens on Friday. I expect him to be back with the team. But either way, our guards have to rebound more. We got to get more rebounds out of the guards. We just have to, because we're not a big team. Even with Rodney, we're just not a big team. So we've got to get more defensive boards from our perimeter guys. That's just key for us. But again, we did a nice job again taking care of the basketball. We just, I thought for the most part we ran good offense, got some good looks. Ball, we weren't good in Fort Myers. We had to clean some things up. I thought on Saturday versus North Alabama, we made the right step in the right direction, playing the right way. I thought today we played the right way. We just got to continue to play the right way. When we do that, good things will happen. And but there's no question we're a small team.
Georgia Tech coach Josh Pastner, if you heard the pregame show, he just raved about what a thrill it was to play for Lute Olson at Arizona for 4 years, from 96 through 2000. Member of the 97 national championship team, and what an honor it was to walk into Carver Hawkeye Arena, the house that Lute built back in the early 1980s. So the best of luck to Coach Pastner and the Georgia Tech Ramblin' Wreck Yellow Jackets going forward. Let's take one final look at the ACC Big Ten Challenge scoreboard tonight, courtesy of U.S. Bank. With Iowa's win, the leagues split the 6 games tonight. 3 wins, 3 losses for the Big Ten. Number 22 Maryland beat Louisville 79-54. It was Clemson 101, Penn State 94. That went into double overtime. 16th-ranked Illinois muscled up on Syracuse 73-44. Wake Forest rallied to beat Wisconsin and Madison 78-75. And Virginia, number 3 Virginia, went into Ann Arbor. Michigan led for a great portion of that game, but the Cavaliers caught the Wolverines in the end, made enough free throws, and won it 70-68. Here, Iowa beat Georgia Tech 81-65. So after 2 days of competition in the Big Ten ACC Challenge, the Big Ten is 3-5, 3 wins, 5 defeats. Tomorrow, it's Purdue at Florida State. Ohio State visits Duke. Miami is at home to Rutgers. North Carolina travels to 10th-ranked Indiana. That'll be at Donnybrook at the Assembly Hall. Michigan State will play at Notre Dame, and Boston College visits Nebraska. Thursday night, the Hawkeye women are here in the ladies' Big Ten ACC Challenge, hosting 13th-ranked North Carolina State. The Hawkeye wrestlers host Iowa State on this weekend, and we'll have that on many of these Hawkeye Radio Network stations. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard. Should tell you that Jack Campbell today was named the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, and obviously the linebacker of the year. Congratulations, Jack. That wraps up our coverage of Iowa and Georgia Tech in the Big Ten ACC Challenge tonight. Thanks to Bobby Hansen. Thanks to Corey Sheets, our engineer-producer. I'm Gary Dolphin. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll have the first Fran McCaffrey Hawk Talk of the new year tomorrow night from the Hyatt Regency in the Iowa River Landing. Please come on out if you can. Certainly tune in on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Our next broadcast from Madison Square Garden next Tuesday night, the Hawkeyes and the Duke Blue Devils in the Jimmy V Classic for cancer research. 8:30 tip. The Hawks play the second game that night. Our pregame coverage starts at 7:30 Iowa time. Final again from Carver Hawkeye Arena, Iowa 81, Georgia Tech 69. Good night from Iowa City. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You've been listening to the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show, brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. And by Case IH. Make every shot count with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. United Healthcare, proud sponsors of Small Business Spotlight. Sign up your small business at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Also brought to you by Shields, right there with you. And by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.